Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order, and everybody please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Scarlett. All right, I lost my agenda. Hold on 1 minute, please. Oh, there you go. So Scarlett, please call the roll call.
Betty Argue,
Here.
Jennifer Hager,
I'm present.
Joni Martin,
I'm here.
Michael Johnson,
Present.
Tim Sayer.
I'm here.
You want me to call all the staff too, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Burgess Hanson,
Present.
Rob Robinson,
Good evening.
Elizabeth Ricci,
Present.
Jose Cabrera,
Present.
Jason Lester. Jason yet. Miriam Heiser,
Present.
Dan Nolan,
Here.
Mary Vitor,
Here.
Frank Palin, Laura Donlin,
Here.
and Jay Foy.
I'm here.
And I believe all of our presenters are with us as well.
Okay, would you like to list them as well? I'm just still trying to pull up my,
Sure. Lieutenant Turner,
I'm here.
Chief Rowley,
I'm here.
David Ramba,
We're present.
and Kim Delaney.
I'm here.
And I believe that's everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so under President's comments, I'd like to welcome everyone who's here tonight, in particular, Lieutenant Turner and Chief Rowley and Dave Ramba and Kim Delaney. We have had a very busy past month, and we have a very full agenda tonight. I just want to give a heads up to the board members that in consideration of how hard everybody's been working, staff, we're looking at the possibility of canceling the August meeting. And that's still kind of up in the air depending on whether or not we get through everything we need to get through, and there's no major things that need to be addressed. If there's something that is an emergency, then we would be looking at just scheduling a meeting, a special meeting towards the end of August rather than what the proposed date is. So just giving everybody a heads up that we're looking at doing that. And that's all I'm going to say for now. And so we'll go on to supervisor's remarks, and we'll start with Jennifer Hager. Jennifer.
I'm here. I don't have any right now. Having some technical problems at this moment.
That's okay. And Joni Martin.
Hi, just want to say thank you for everybody joining us tonight, all of our presenters, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Michael Johnson.
I'm okay for right now. Thank you.
All right. And Tim Sayer.
And so I'd like to say thank you to everybody out there in the audience. I hope you're paying attention and that you become actively involved in everything that we're doing. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. And with that, can I have, are there any additions or deletions, substitutions for our agenda? Okay, hearing none. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay, motion made by Joni,
I'll second.
seconded by Jennifer. And please call a roll call vote, Scarlett.
Sure. Betty Argue,
Yes.
Jennifer Hager,
Yes.
Jenny Martin,
Yes.
Michael Johnson,
Yes.
Tim Sayer,
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. So first, under our presentations, we have Lieutenant Turner, and to give us an update.
Good evening, everybody. Lieutenant Turner, PVSO. I was just going to start by covering some of the events that's happening in the area. We've had no issues with any kind of rioting or looting in the Loxahatchee area, Loxahatchee Grove acreage, and in trails. There's been some incidents in Royal Palm Beach, others in Wellington, but a majority of most of the events are east, closer towards West Palm Beach and Riviera Beach. So if I hear of anything that comes up in the area that is covered by Indian Trails, I'll make sure to pass that information on to you. Or I'm sure you're getting some of it yourself from the EOC or from other areas. The last few months, things have been quiet as far as law enforcement also, between COVID and everything else that's been happening. We've been kind of stepped back and not been participating in as many active contacts with people, trying to keep safe, both the deputies and the public with minimal interaction. A couple weeks back, like 2 weeks ago, we've started making more stops and we've addressed the issues with the deputies and told them it's time to start back up, start addressing the issues with speeding, the ATVs. I know a few people have sent in comments requesting we start making more traffic stops, and that is happening at the moment.
Okay.
There have been some issues in the past couple months with residential burglaries and vehicle burglaries. The numbers have almost doubled from last year. With that, there are two groups that we've looked at for doing probably 90% of those burglaries, coming from one group that came up from Broward, which 2 arrests were made on 9 burglaries that happened in one night. And then a majority of the rest of them were looking at Lutheran Services juveniles in 2 different locations up in the area. And we're making constant arrests on the juveniles and trying to make progress with getting them either moved on to a higher monitored facility or aging them out of the program. But it's a continuous problem that we've been dealing with over the last few months, and we've recovered a lot of property and made a lot of arrests off of the burglaries in the area, which have been 52 vehicle burglaries so far this year through the month of May. Other than that, if you have any questions on anything, I'd be glad to answer them for you.
I forgot I was muted. Do any of the board members have any questions? I forgot to mention that if you have a question or you want to comment on an agenda item, please raise your hand. You can do that by finding yourself listed under the participants. All right, nothing from the board members. Anything from the public? Questions for Lieutenant Turner? Thank you, Lieutenant Turner. We appreciate you attending.
All right, thank you.
Oh, hold on one second. Oh, somebody put their hand up and then put it back down. Did someone have a question?
I'll be here for a little bit if they change their mind.
All right. It's Laura. Hold on one moment. Laura, go ahead.
Betty, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, Lieutenant Turner. Hello, everyone else. I just had a quick question in regards to, does the acreage Loxahatchee area, do you guys do trash pulls for
You cut out on me. Do we do trash pulls for certain events?
That was my fault. I'm sorry.
Okay, are you there? Can you repeat the question, please?
Can you hear me?
Laura, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was trying to lower your hand and I accidentally muted you.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, no, I was wondering if PBSO does trash pulls in our area for suspected homes that are dealing drugs.
I'm not sure I could either confirm or deny that, but it's very possible. Yes.
Is it? I mean, I've been out here since the 60s, and I've never seen so much. Well, I know I have a house on my street that's got some serious issues that PBSO has been trying to get them for quite some time, but I don't know if I've heard that we do not have a unit assigned to our area to do trash pulls.
Well, the narcotics division is a totally separate division. They don't fall with any certain region or district. It's a unit that if they're doing the trash pulls, I don't even know that they're doing them. Everything's done under umbrella. All the cases are actually hidden. So if you know they're doing the trash pulls, then they're not doing their job right. But I can tell you that there are houses out here being looked at by narcotics or our street team that I try to put together on occasion, and other units. There's definitely interest out here from those divisions.
No, that's great news. Is there a way, if anyone in the community suspects it, is there a particular way to report it?
Yes, they could either call into it, the anonymous tip line. They can call into Crime Stoppers. They can call into or email the District 15. If you go on the District 15 apps page under pbso.org, they can put a comment in there and send it to the district saying, hey, I believe there's issues with this house. Just give a little explanation as to why. Just remain anonymous. And I'll either have one of our deputies follow up on it, or if it's enough credible information that we could follow up on, I forward that up to the narcotics division for them to do the follow-up investigation.
Okay. I couldn't write that fast.
Mm-hmm.
Just if you go on to www.pbso.org.
Hold on, www.pbso.org.
And there, it's a homepage for the whole sheriff's office. So you can go into the different districts, and the acreage falls under District 15.
Okay.
If you go into District 15, there's a section there for you to write a comment or write a concern, and it will email that to myself.
Okay, wonderful.
And I'll take a look at it.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Lieutenant Turner, is that something that the app can be used for as well to report?
Oh yeah.
Things?
Yeah, definitely. The new app that came out, absolutely.
Yeah.
If they see something, say something.
Right.
Yeah, 100%. That's another avenue they can use to report any issues.
Anonymously?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
even if you put your information in there, when you talk to somebody, they're not going to put your information in the report. You can tell them once somebody makes contact with you, hey, I want to remain anonymous, and that will happen. Same thing with the Crime Stoppers. People put in Crime Stoppers, they actually put their name and stuff in there because if there's a reward, they receive the reward, but none of that information is ever put into a report or anything else of that nature.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Good question, Laura.
Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
All right. If there's no further questions, thank you very much, Lieutenant Turner. And we're going to move on to Chief Rowley from Fire Rescue.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I'll take a couple minutes to go over some of Palm Beach County Fire Rescue's response to the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. Basically, for us, it's the same as the general public. We've had to respond to the social distance guidelines in our activities in the station and out in public. So we've adopted, early in this pandemic, we've adopted the wearing of masks, both in the public and in the stations when we're around other crew members. We've also limited the time that we're outside, same as PBSO, and doing outside activities out of the station, such as community events, inspections, and training. And in the recent times of the phasing in of lessening of the social distancing, we have picked back up on our inspections and our training. Our fire stations are currently have limited access to the public. So we would still deal with greeting the public at the station, stuff like that. But some of the stations in the county have community rooms. The community rooms have been closed to the public until such time as the pandemic is lessened and the risk to the firefighters along with the public is lessened. Some of the things that Palm Beach County's done outside of our norm, we've, just like everyone, we've all had to stretch our abilities and the things that we do as our norm. Some of the things that we've done is Palm Beach County Fire Rescue is supporting the mobile testing units. So we've had 2 rescues that were designated separate to our response units to go out and, we have firefighters, paramedics that are trained in basically collecting and doing the COVID-19 testing. And they've gone out and done both. In the beginning, it was done as soliciting from the list of registered shelter participants for the special needs shelters. The department's reached out to anyone that's not inside a municipality that's covered by another department that they were doing it themselves. And so I reached out to them and any of their caregivers to see if they had a need for testing. And then this unit would go out to their home or their location and provide testing for them and any of the caregivers in the home. We've also gone out to people that are sheltering or can't leave their home for other medical reasons, homebound residents, and provided the same service. And following that, we've also expanded to providing pop-up testing sites throughout the county. They've been done on the Glades, we've done them in Lake Worth. They've been on various locations that the county has identified as having a need for testing locations. So Fire Rescue supported that and provided those testing locations. One thing to keep in mind through all this, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue has never changed how we respond to any type of emergency calls, including possible COVID-19 cases. They've all been handled in the same level of care. We just obviously have more of an increase in personal protective equipment. But other than that, it has not changed our response to emergencies. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
I have 2 questions. And I should have asked this of Lieutenant Turner. And so does PBSO and Fire Rescue have adequate PPE?
Well, it comes down to the same thing as you see nationwide is the same thing. It affects, at least I can speak for for Fire Rescue, it affects us the same as you see on the news. What we've had to done in the beginning was obviously seeing what we have in stock, which on a normal day would have been well sufficient for any type of our activities. Well, that changed with this. So what we did was we took a look internally to see what we have, and we've adjusted our usage and how we've expanded the use of these things. And we've been fortunate to have different types of equipment, so, more than the N95 and the surgical masks. We've had half masks that you'll probably see it on the news. You see it's the rubber mask that goes over here and has the cartridges on the side. Well, we've already had those in place for all our firefighters in the department had those, and they were utilized during overhaul on structure fires when the CO levels have lessened, but we still want to be conscious of the particulates floating around. Well, it ends up, those are perfect masks for this type of patients. So with that, we've also expanded in using those on medical calls more. And but yeah, we've dealt with the same thing, sanitizer issues, trying to get them, just like anyone else. Our supply chain has been significantly impacted on those type of items, but we've managed to get through it and not had a shortage that impact our safety of our personnel or the public.
Good. Okay, one other question that I had was relating to, we've noticed, I've been kind of tracking the day-by-day increases of cases in our area. And I haven't had an opportunity to communicate with the Department of Health yet, but what would it take to have a mobile unit come out and do some testing or have a testing available for our area?
Well, that's set up by the health department, by the county itself, not Fire Rescue. They identify the areas that they notice the need, and I can't really speak to what the measuring tool is that prompts that, but yeah, they're the ones that identify that and direct us to where to go.
Okay. So if we thought that it was a necessity, then probably through our county commissioner would
Yeah.
be who we request it. Okay.
Yeah, well, between the county commissioner and the health department, you'd identify your concerns and then they would see what they can provide on that.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? Please raise your hands. I see Tim Sayre. Go ahead, Tim.
Yes, I'm wondering how many firefighters have tested positive in Palm Beach County for the COVID? I also like to ask the same question to Lieutenant Turner for police officers.
I can't really speak to the exact numbers, but obviously, just like anyone else, you see on the news that there's been both positive, and then we've had obviously a lot of significant exposures, and we've had to quarantine a lot of firefighters over the course of this time, and fortunately, all of them come back.
This is Lieutenant Turner. As far as the sheriff's office, again, we didn't have an outbreak in the law enforcement side. The jail, we had a few more due to the close proximity of the inmates. But as far as the West region, I can tell you we've had less than 10 for the entire West region for the sheriff's office.
All right. Thank you. And a follow-up question to Chief Rowley. Out of all the firefighters that had to be quarantined because they're exposed to it, do you have any number of percentage that came back positive during the testing?
Well, again, I can't speak to the numbers, but currently any that have been positive have come back to work. And the thing is, for us, it's a daily thing on the exposures.
Right.
Basically is we have a group that's basically looks at the types of calls that are running, and then we get the information back from the health department if we've had personnel exposed. And then it's unfortunately for us, it's almost like a revolving door. We have personnel coming back from clearing quarantine after following being tested. And at the same time, we have additional personnel going back out into quarantine, waiting for results from testing. So it's always a moving target on that.
All right, thank you.
I have one question that I forgot for both Lieutenant Turner and Chief Rowley. Can you give us an update as to Lieutenant Turner, how many personnel, sheriffs, deputies that we have in our area now, dedicated to our area? And then for Chief Rowley, are we fully staffed now on the fire rescue units?
I'll go ahead and answer that first. Station 26 is a 3-person rescue, 3-person engine, so they're fully staffed. Station 22, which obviously in Westlake, is 3-person engine, and obviously I think it was about a little over a year ago we increased the rescue to a 2-person staffing on the rescue. 22 is slated to have its daily staffing increased by 1 to make it a 3-person rescue. And I believe that's going to be done in the next couple of months as our new recruits come out of our training academy.
Okay. I know the county made that a priority, so I was wondering if that had actually been implemented yet.
Yeah, one of the big moves for 22 especially was, for the longest time, it's been an either or, an engine and a rescue. Mm-hmm. And that was only a 3-person staffing. And the big thing in the past year and a half is when we staffed the daily staffing on the rescue, but it is slated to go up to a full 3-person staffing on the rescue.
And you said Station 26 already has it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And Lieutenant Turner?
The sheriff's office, there's 39 deputy positions allocated for this area. 38 of them are filled. There's 1 vacancy. And he has 2 detectives full-time, 1 part-time detective, and 3 civilian staff.
I have to stand corrected. I just double checked something. The staffing at 26 is not officially a 3-person staffing, but basically 26 and 22 are almost always staffed up to a 3rd, but they haven't officially been. I just double checked the staffing on the roster.
So they're still using the floating roster for the.
Yeah, well, exactly. We're fortunate. That's how the chief is increasing the goal. Obviously, not the goal. The requirement by the end of the CBA is that all rescues are going to be 3-person, and that's how he ends. I think that's what ends up being the trigger on the official staffing, is the more consistent we're staffing them up, then we end up. That shows the bodies, the body count and the staffing, and then they officially staff them. And from that point on, if there's vacancies, then we fill them with overtime.
Perfect. Back to Lieutenant Turner, so that number of staff allows you to have, did I add up correctly? You've got 5 at any given time?
There's a minimum of 4 per shift, but you could have up to 7 actually at any given time.
And does that include the FDOT authorized vehicle to pull over?
Nope, that doesn't include, you have the commercial vehicle, and there's 3 motor units that are in addition to those people. So you could have up to 10 or 11 that are out at one time between road patrol and traffic enforcement.
Okay. And do you feel that that's sufficient, or do we have an ask for this upcoming budget? I know it's a tough budget year, but where are we in terms of?
Well, in the near future, I'd like to, at some point, get our minimum manpower to be up to 5 people out at a time, and then have a total of 8 people per shift, where right now I have 7 per shift on 3 of my rotations, and I have 6 on a third. So I'd like to try to get 5 more people at some point in the next year or two to even those out at 8 per shift, so we can go out with a minimum road patrol deputies of 5.
Okay. And do you think that there's a possibility of that in this budget year, or no?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Honestly, we've already requested for this budget year. There's a couple positions that I did request, and it doesn't look like we're going to get the funding for it. So we're probably looking at trying to get it in for the next budget year.
Okay. Any other questions? Board members, members of the public? Okay, if there's nothing, then we're going to move on. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate your time. And I think we're going to try to have you every month, and we'll do it just like this, so you can get in and out if you need to.
Sure, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Dave Ramba, who is our lobbyist, our legislative lobbyist. Is that the correct title, David?
You can call me whatever you want, Miss Betty. Appreciate you guys having the meeting. Obviously, the last couple months since we last got together up in Tallahassee, things have changed substantially in Tallahassee. They've changed all over the state. Interestingly enough, one of the main things we had to do after the session ended was help work with the governor's office to be able to create an opportunity for us to have meetings such as this function. As of June 30th, this is supposed to end, actually. So you'll have to go back to your regular meetings and figure that out under the current executive orders. They are.
Is there a possibility,
especially for the southern 3 counties.
Yeah.
Not the southern 3 counties, but the southern big 3 counties, not Monroe, but Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach, to be able to continue doing them via this manner. But around the rest of the state, June 30th is the end date for these types of meetings. We have gotten used to them over the last couple of months, and they have been extremely helpful, but they do take a change in the provisions of general law to be able to do this outside of an emergency circumstance. So we're still operating under the executive orders. We were working hand in hand with the governor's office and the governor's general counsel office to be able to accomplish these meetings, so government could continue to operate during these different times. We will see how that continues to occur in the state. From the legislature, obviously, right at the end of session, we just started getting to the beginning of the outbreak, to the beginning of the closures. They rushed the budget through. I do have a presentation Scarlett can put up on the screen. We'll go through it quickly. As an overview, we ended up really at the end of session with a pretty solid budget. It was about $93 billion. We went through the process of doing the budget. Representative Rick Roth from your representative was fighting for us the entire way. We obviously had a local bill that we've given updates on before, but for the official update, we got to a provision in the state legislature where the Florida House was basically at war with a lot of the urban cities and the coastal cities over things like plastic straws and regulations relating to things that are outside of their legal scope. And the cities would go ahead and institute those provisions, and then require the Attorney General of the state to sue to invalidate those ordinances. Those provisions have gone through the law, and now they're ending up at a place where they're getting overturned. But during session, they basically are of the opinion the cities were a real pain to them, and they don't need any more cities. We have gotten a commitment from the speaker down the road to have to come down to the district with Representative Roth, so he can show them the individual concerns and the responsible manner of a rural city that we're looking to ask the voters if they're willing to consider in the future, but recognize some of the actions that are happening in the Indian Trail Improvement District are outside of our control, and we should at least have the opportunity to vote on maintaining our future destiny, and it shouldn't be at the discretion of the county or the transportation department of the county to make these decisions. That the district should be the one that should have those deciding authority, because folks in the Indian Trail Improvement District go to you for their complaints, for the responsibility for everything from roads, drainage, and all of their actions of local government seem to rest in your lap. So that's where that ended up this past session. If we go to slide 3, at the end of this session, our cabinet's going to remain the same, but we probably will have some changes in the House and the Senate. There's a little bit of a shakeup and covers a piece of your district where Kevin Rader decided to resign. So Tina Polsky, who represents a piece of Wellington just south of you, is running for the Senate seat against Irv Schlossberg, who's from Boca. And so that would be one of the Senate seats that cover Palm Beach County. That was a kind of a surprise shakeup to, let me help my daughter find her shoes. Okay. And so that's a surprise for the upcoming session, for this upcoming election. That will be decided in the August primary, obviously, because that's a very Democratic seat. Matt Wilhite declined to run for that seat. So it will be Tina Polsky, it looks like, with qualifying ending Friday this week against Irv Schlossberg, who's really based down in the Boca area. His daughter, Irv's daughter, is a member of the Florida House. But we passed a $93.2 billion budget. That was $2.2 billion in the previous year. If you looked at the number of bills filed, we had 3,518 bills that were filed, and only 210 passed both houses. So, Rick Roth and Gail Harrell were helpful on our budget numbers, but what we're hearing out of the governor's office during the COVID is that with 79% of Florida's funding annually coming from sales tax, we basically took 2 months off. We expect the governor to look for $1 billion in vetoes. And that's billion with a B, which is a huge number it doesn't seem like a lot out of a $93 billion budget, but it takes a lot of projects to get to $1 billion in vetoes. There was, $500 million put in for teachers' pay raises. There were a lot of additional expenditures that the legislature created this year prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we expect the sales taxes to drop over 10%. And they're talking about an approximate $10 billion shortfall. So even these early vetoes that we expect the governor to issue somewhere around the middle of the month, around June 15th, we'll probably add an additional special session time in order to make further cuts to agency programs. And we don't know how far those cuts will go. From a local government perspective, our millage rates and everything and our assessments are already set for the last year's budget. We're starting the next year's budget. And folks that depend on sales tax are really going to be at a big disadvantage, and that's the state of Florida. So we're looking to see from the next meeting. In March, the numbers didn't show that much of an impact. It showed some impact, but not a huge impact. But April and May were obviously, when the state was shut down, we're going to have a huge impact with Disney, tourism, all of the theme parks, and the hotels and travel, and those sales taxes not being included in the 2020-2021 budget. So the recovery is going to be really important on how things move over the next couple months and how things are reintegrated, because that has a direct result in the impact on sales tax for the state budget in Florida. We do have a change in leadership this year. The time of Speaker Oliva and Senator Galvano will come to an end in November. We may have a special session where we still have them in charge, but after November, absent any mass change in the makeup of the House and Senate, Wilton Simpson from Trilby and Chris Sprouse from Pasco County, that'll be the Senate President, the Speaker of the House. You guys are real familiar with the election schedule. So this year we will not start meetings in September and October. We won't have our first committee meetings till the end of November and December, and then we will have a March session. If you think about it, had this been an odd number year, session would have began in Tallahassee in March, which would have been the beginning of the outbreak of COVID, which would have been a complete disaster for us having the meetings in Tallahassee. So just as we've had to adjust as a district to come up with this, I think there will be changes next year. A lot of you, I know Tim Sayre, Betty, a lot of you have come up to Tallahassee and been in these meetings, and it'd be impossible to practice social distancing when they cram all of us into a tiny committee room for a 2-hour hearing. So, we're going to have to figure out the adjustments of it. The meetings you have at the district level right now with your local legislators are incredibly important. Everybody will recover from this. We will get our sales tax revenues back. We will be back to what will be the new normal, but a different normal. But there will be a dip in these collections that are going to put a pretty substantial impact on the state. And we have not seen how this governor will handle that. It's all rumors and speculation right now, but I'm pretty sure the legislature will send the budget to the governor on June 15th. And then he'll make some pretty immediate actions. He's obviously had time to look at it during this. We have worked with Rick Roth. He has put in letters of support about the importance of our outfall canal. We don't know where he's going to take the money from, whether it'll be big chunks out of things like teacher pay raises, or it will be member projects and things like that. But all of those are issues that I think they're on the table right now. And Madam Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions from any of the board members.
I don't have any questions. Does any of the board members have any questions?
I do, and I don't know how to raise my hand. I'm sorry.
It's under participants, and you find your name and you click raise your hand.
And wasn't there, so I'm sorry. Joni. Hi,
Miss
Dave.
Joni.
Thank
Yes,
you
ma'am.
for that. By the way, I was there the last 2 years up in Tallahassee too.
Yes, you were. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to. There's a lot of names and numbers on my screen right now, and it's hard to pick them out.
So I appreciate all that information. It's kind of what I thought we would hear, that things are probably going to be pulled back. Any indication at all if we will get any of the money at this point, or we just are really just in a wait and see still?
I think we'll know next week. We'll get the results of that. We've had many meetings with staff, and when we explain to them and advocate for our projects, they look at us and say, we've got to cut, probably at the end of the day, close to $10 billion out of the state budget
Right.
just for 1 year. And so they're trying not to get into the recurring dollars pots and just do it out of the non-recurring money. Because a lot of the recurring money are things like nursing homes and hospitals, healthcare, and education, which are the kind of the base priorities of the state. Those were the areas that had some of the biggest increases this year. Obviously, $500 million for teacher pay raises, $75 million for nursing home, additional funds to take care of the elderly. With the current thing occurring in the nursing home industry, then we're hoping that he's prudent. He doesn't have to go to $500 million, but or $1 billion. But I think, he's going to have to make an example out of being there in order to make something happen. So, I'm not, I'm a little bit of a pessimist over these things. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up. I'd love for it to happen. We've advocated for it.
Right.
They have our list, but they're going to be in a really tough position. And if he doesn't do it, it wouldn't surprise me if the legislature had to come back and do it in a month or two. Put it that way.
Okay, do we have anything else? I saw there was a member of the public put their hand up and then put it back down. Did anyone in the public have anything? All right, Dave, when do we need to be talking about what our legislative priorities are to get to you? I mean, we probably should be working on that now, right?
Yeah, we need to talk about it now, but after the August primary with your district, after the August primary, we should plan on meetings in September with members of the Palm Beach delegation.
Okay, so August for the board with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we will look at that because we were looking at trying to maybe cancel our August meeting, but we'll figure that out.
Yeah, it's not essential for September. I mean, it's not like we're coming to them with new issues, but if we did it in September and we could meet with them at the end of September, that would work as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate your time and really hope that and pray that the governor approves. It's kind of selfish, but we'd really like to get something. So anyway, thank you. Burgess, did you have anything? I'm sorry.
No,
And,
no, I
for
did not have
Dave?
anything for Dave. I think he left anyway, but I did not.
He's
Thank
still
you.
here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, thank you,
Yep.
Dave. We'll see you and talk to you soon. Next up is Kim Delaney from Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, and she's going to be covering a number of items, starting with the Competitive Florida Partnership Grant Program.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Super. Good evening. Kim Delaney from Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, and thank you for the chance to work with the board on a number of different topics that all stem from the mobility plan discussions, and other opportunities have already begun to present themselves. And so tonight I have a series of items, a grant opportunity, which is kind of a standalone, and then 4 separate subjects that are all correlated to the mobility plan and some subparts. And so with the permission, Betty, of you as the president, I'm going to share my screen if that's okay. Would that be all right?
Yes, ma'am. Scarlett, can you?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks. So can you all see my screen okay? It says ITID board update.
Yep.
Fantastic. Okay, so the grant opportunity that was identified by Commissioner McKinley is a grant program that's offered through DEO, which is the Department of Economic Opportunity. Of course, it covers economic development, planning, and matters like that on behalf of the state through its consolidation. And so there are actually 2 different grant programs that are available The one Commissioner McKinley identified is the Competitive Florida Partnership Program. That grant application is actually due Friday. And there's a secondary grant that we found out later was due just a week ago, and that is the Community Planning Technical Assistance Program. They both offer similar types of funding, which is to enable ITID to develop what we're suggesting might be a sustainable economic vision plan. So either grant source is an appropriate source to fund that work for the district if the district would like to pursue it. Our suggestion to you is to apply for both, and DEO staff has suggested the program you're describing qualifies for both. And so I wanted to walk through the ideas that we've generated, again, based on that suggestion initially from Commissioner McKinley. And you have a letter of support that details the types of activities that we think might be appropriate. What we've learned in working with your community on the mobility plan is, of course, a couple of baseline facts. There are a number of county roads that traverse the district, and this map illustrates those major county roads. We know we have Seminole Pratt Whitney, we have Royal Palm Beach Boulevard, and then we have Coconut and Orange, which are county roadways for a portion of those roadways that we know will be widened over time. And so in the mobility plan discussions, we have focused a lot about the design of those roads and how they can be designed to best buffer the residential uses that lie along them. But we know that when roads go from 2 lanes to 4 or 2 lanes to 5, it really changes the character of land use along those roads. And there becomes a point in time where residential single-family uses along corridors that have those dimensions don't tend to perform as well and have the same existence, same quality of life, if you will, as interior residential properties would that aren't on a main road like that. And so this grant opportunity seemed as though it might allow the district and its residents to think about maybe some transitional land uses that might make sense on particularly just those corridors that could become other commercial destinations that would be community serving for residents in the district. Smaller office uses like the ones the board has already begun to consider. For example, real estate office makes sense, maybe small medical office, veterinary office, a very small scale, again, designed specifically for your community, but in those locations can make for a more livable place. If single family residential isn't the right use, other uses that might be appropriate, again, those commercial serving uses could be small retailers, especially focused on equestrian needs, for example, because that's something that is, of course, a use that hallmarks and highlights the uniqueness of the district. There might be even appropriate small restaurant uses that could be focused on local owned businesses, farm to table opportunities for locally grown produce, maybe small farmers markets, limited hours, limited operations. Again, those types of uses all being focused on community serving needs, none intended to bring traffic into the district, but instead they might be good locations to capture some of the traffic that you otherwise have to export from the district and drive out to get what you need and then come back again. And so this grant provides an opportunity for the district to undertake a community-based planning process, the type of work the Regional Planning Council provides routinely. The grant is available to either municipalities, local governments, counties, or regional planning councils to provide this type of work. And so the council is able to apply for that funding on behalf of the district with the district's support. And the process that we suggest might be a good fit, again, based on what we've learned in the mobility planning process, is to extend from that plan, which will be completed by July or August, or if you're not meeting in August, it'll be July or maybe September, you'll be approving hopefully that planning document, but then also begin a process that builds from that to work with residents and with property owners to identify community assets. These are the types of things these planning dollars are designed for. What are the resources you have within Indian Trails and maybe the ones that are nearby, but particularly in your community? What are the needs that you have? What kinds of uses are you leaving the district to go get or driving more than just a few miles to go acquire? If any of those uses are appropriate and can be designed as neighborhood serving or community serving, how big would be the maximum size? What might be the land use that would be appropriate? Building design, scale, buffering from residential that could be adjacent to those properties. And then developing some very specific context-sensitive designs as to how those other uses might occur. If you're not going to have a single-family lot on a 5-lane road, but instead it might be a community-serving business of whatever form the community decides is appropriate, the next step would then actually design prototypical sections to show the buffer that would exist, where the parking could go, what's the scale of the building that makes sense, maybe speak to the architecture if the community would like us to. And the other aspect to that that might be interesting for the district, if you like the idea, is also which ones of those could be specifically equestrian focused and maybe have equestrian amenities as part of the approval, if it's a restaurant, let's say, for example, so you can actually stop somewhere and get a coffee if you're on one of the trails that goes through the district, just as an idea, and a way to demarcate this type of process from what it might be appropriate just anywhere else in the county, but this is just Indian Trails, which has its own unique characteristics. Part of the implementation, if you think it's appropriate for the community, would be then to go into the county planning documents and the acreage neighborhood plan. And we know the acreage neighborhood plan is about 25 years old, and be able to strategically update that plan to address some of these needs. That process can also include identifying those aspects that would be the ones that would further support your mobility plan at the same time. And then other implementation strategies as appropriate. So that's an overview of the grant opportunity. We felt as though you might like to undertake that work in the district. We're happy to provide that service if you'd like us to. It is 100% funding. And so we've suggested the district would want to apply for the maximum amount of funds available in those categories, which is a $40,000 grant. The council would provide additional in-kind staff assistance to provide some leverage to make it a little more competitive. And of course, your district staff would be working on the process also. And so in-kind work for your staff could also be used as a match just to make it a little bit more competitive. So that's an overview of the grant opportunity. Again, you have letters of support to consider if you'd like us to pursue them on your behalf. With respect to timing, the application would be due by this Friday, and then the secondary application for the prior grant will be received after the deadline, but still considered. I've already spoken with their staff when we found out that might be an opportunity for you as well. Grant dollars would be awarded sometime likely in July if funding is awarded. Work would begin in August, and it would need to be completed by May of next year. So plenty of time to run what we would think are at least 2 community workshops to get that input from folks about the types of uses they'd like to see, maybe any different land use patterns along, again, just those major commercial corridors that we know are going to expand anyway, and then a chance to come back to the community to review the findings and recommendations and further inform that plan before that plan comes to your board for approval. It would be a board document, a community document, and the ownership of the ITID to do with it whatever it wanted to do in terms of implementation. Okay, so that's that item. And Betty, if you wanted me to pause on that, there might be a good opportunity for board discussion before I get into the mobility plan components, if you think that's appropriate.
Yeah, because I think we have these as separate items under your presentation. So I think it's a good time to have questions asked. And I just want to clarify, you'll also be working with the Acreage Landowners Association as it relates to the neighborhood plan, right?
Absolutely. That actually, they would be identified as one of the key community-based groups to work with in the process.
Yeah. Perfect. All right. Do we have any questions from the board members? Are there any questions from the public? Just raise your hand if you want to say something, ask any questions. All right, seeing no hands, we can move on to the next item.
Okay, so the next item is an update on the mobility plan, and there are 3 subtopics related to the mobility plan, which are Vision Zero, Complete Streets, policy, and considering a minimum dimension for shared use paths along county roadways. And so with your permission, I'll just walk through a couple of slides just to bring everybody up to speed. Of course, the mobility plan is well in motion for members of the public that aren't aware. Planning for mobility in the district began back in the with board discussions first in August. There are a series of presentations that are available on the ITID website that summarize the analysis of background conditions and the findings to date. The most recent workshop was last week with residents in those funding units that are located immediately east of Westlake. The plan thus far, of course, has included an identification of the roadway network within the district. And so this map illustrates the roadway network as we've begun to understand it. There are larger scale regional roads that bring larger volumes and higher speed traffic to the district on roads like North Lake, Royal Palm Beach, State Road 7, and then Seminole Pratt Whitney, which bisects the district. There are a series of what we consider sub-regional roads. Those are the county roads. For example, Coconut between North Lake and Orange between Royal Palm Beach Boulevard and Seminole Pratt, and a series of other 60th Street and a few other roadways that have county control. And then the balance of the network, of course, are local roads where the district has complete control over design and responsibility for those roads as well. That process has included mapping out the bicycle network. This map is a little updated for those of you that have been participating in the process, because what it shows in red are those portions of the bicycle network that are considered inadequate according to the standards applied by the TPA, or the Transportation Planning Agency. We have a lot of opportunity to improve that and frankly open the district up for grant dollars to help repair the bicycle network. The pedestrian network also very limited in the district, one of the things we've heard about and have some designs to remedy. And then the equestrian trail network, this map illustrating in purple lines the existing equestrian trails, in dashed purple lines the proposed ones, and in pink the what are considered equestrian connectors, for example, unpaved roads that still allow for equestrians to connect from point to point, as well as those circles that are illustrating what we're suggesting might be formal equestrian crossings based on input from folks in the process thus far, with crosswalks with raised buttons so you don't have to dismount to activate the crosswalk, and also fencing so you have a safe place to wait before you cross the street. Complete streets is one subtopic with respect to the mobility plan. And complete streets are a national, kind of a national new term of art. We've talked about this term in the development of the mobility plan thus far. Complete streets are defined as streets that are complete streets for everyone. So in the district, we know we have folks that are not just driving in personal cars, but also on the sidewalk, on foot, on bike, mounted by horse, and maybe even wheeled as well. And so when we're planning for complete streets, those are streets that are context sensitive, so they respond to the location in which they are found, as well as the features on the street to make them safe. Complete streets are a high priority for the TPA, which routinely looks to fund projects that have complete streets components. So for example, if we have a roadway that doesn't have a sidewalk and we propose to add a sidewalk or improve a sidewalk from a 6-foot sidewalk to an 8-foot path or a 10-foot multi-use path, those are improving those streets for a broader range of users. And so you get more points in the TPA grant funding applications. The reason for agendaing this item as part of your board meeting tonight is to put in potentially in motion the idea of adopting an appropriate ITID specific complete streets policy. That would be a policy that would be adopted by your board that can include any component of the model TPA complete streets policy that's illustrated on this slide. The TPA has a model policy that was developed, and there are about 24 local governments in Palm Beach County that have adopted these policies. Again, it's just to get you positioned to be more competitive for grant funding as we go forward. It will take a separate board action, and so we wanted to bring this idea to your attention. It also helps you become better positioned to to influence the design of county roadways as they are brought forward for the board's consideration and the community's consideration. And so that emphasis on complete streets helps elevate things like multi-use paths and buffers for private property to make roadways safer for all users, and not just roadways that might be 5 lanes without buffering that might have a more negative influence on the community that surrounds them. And so we've had lots of these discussions with the county as we're developing your mobility plan. Complete streets, again, is an advantageous position that you might want to take with a formal policy, again, to become more competitive for grant dollars and to be better positioned to work through these community-based designs for county roadways, particularly as they come forward for your consideration over time. The other policy consideration relates to Vision Zero, which is a safety policy. This is just another opportunity for the board to, again, reiterate its emphasis on safety as the paramount concern in roadway design. The TPA has adopted a Vision Zero policy, and as you can see on the slide before you now, the TPA governing board has adopted targets of having 0 traffic-related fatalities and safety injuries. That sounds like a pretty straightforward expectation that most users of the roadway network would have, but this policy kind of puts an exclamation point on it. And what it does is it elevates safety as the paramount consideration in roadway design and transportation facility design. Again, our suggestion to you as one of the actions that you might want to consider is adopting a policy that looks to Vision Zero, because that, again, raises your ability to have those conversations with the county with a little more documentation behind you to really make the point. And so these are 2 policy avenues that we thought were valuable for the board to consider as we are working through the mobility plan with recommendations that are going to be coming back to your board in your July meeting. The other aspects of the mobility plan to just provide an update about, last week we had I think a fairly well-attended workshop, again, with those residents that live just east of the Westlake community. Among the topics that have been raised throughout the process, of course, traffic calming is something the district has a lot of experience with, some of it great, some of it being modified, but all of it with the purpose of trying to slow traffic down and divert it where possible. And so in the mobility plan, we've begun to work through suggested locations for different types of traffic calming features, like the ones illustrated on this slide: raised intersections, maybe speed feedback signs, speed tables, not speed bumps. We know speed bumps are not popular, but speed tables seem to be okay. And splitter islands as well. Those are all different interventions in the roadway network that help to calm traffic down. It's very hard to speed through a splitter island or speed over a speed table. In addition, other features include things like bulb outs, using bulb outs to narrow down intersections to help control intersections. Oh, splitter islands I see got 2 mentions. I guess splitter islands is very popular in my slide presentation tonight. And then also raised and or lighted crosswalks. And so we're testing those locations, particularly by schools, because you don't have a lot of lighting in the district. And so what we can actually do is use a mechanism where we light the crosswalk itself. So at least the kids are lit in the crosswalk and you don't have to light the whole street. That's kind of a nice balance maybe between a desire to have very limited light pollution, so you don't have a lot of street lights, but you're lighting just the places where you really need it. For example, the crosswalk itself. The other measure is actually focused on traffic diversions. And last week's workshop included a lot of discussion about potential traffic diversions, particularly on Persimmon and those east-west roads that cut through the area east of Westlake. For example, looking at gated entries as a mechanism, as well as roadway interruptions. For example, installing culverts to remove canal bridges, if you will, and interrupt the roadway network. And so we're testing all of these different alternatives. We're very aware of the sensitivity of the cut-through traffic concerns that are present in the neighborhood, particularly east of Westlake. And we know those aren't just in that location. And so gated facilities We're testing gates as a general mechanism and understanding the regulatory challenges that might be associated with them. So we'll have that knowledge as we bring forward recommendations to you, both from a cost standpoint, potential locational standpoints, as well as the implementation of the different types of facilities. So I wanted just to bring that to the board's attention. The workshop last week spent a lot of time focused on these issues. And so we wanted to kind of just be sure that they're being, that you're aware that those discussions are taking place in those workshops with the community. The other policy consideration for you this evening, in addition to Complete Streets and Vision Zero, is considering a minimum shared use path dimension on roadway facilities. And the recommendation is really focused on county roadways, but I wanted to illustrate the different types of roadways that we've been presenting as part of the street typology we've developed for the district. So part of the mobility plan looks at different types of streets and the different rights of way that you have. So we know we have unpaved district roads, and that's kind of one part of the street typology, and they exist as 60 or 80 foot unpaved roads. And actually, I don't have it illustrated, but they have, by definition, unpaved multi-use trails along those roads where you can either walk, bike, or ride. It's not ADA compliant, but it exists as a transportation facility, and we can define it in that way. Then when we get into the paved part of the roadway network, we have different options. This slide illustrates, for example, what might be appropriate in a 60-foot width on what would be considered a rural neighborhood street or an equestrian neighborhood street if it has a sign to indicate it's an equestrian trail. We've had good feedback about cross sections like this one, where within 60 feet, you can have 2 lanes of traffic, soft shoulders, perhaps split rail fencing to define the road, landscape buffers, and then a 10-foot shared use path that would have a flexible surface. There's enough room to accommodate that on your roadways that have 60-foot dimensions. On the roadways that have 80 feet, you actually have enough room for an unpaved trail, and we suggest a cost savings, an 8-foot shared use path with a fairly large bioswale. We had a lot of feedback from the public about the desire for a bioswale. If you already have an unpaved trail on one side of the road, you can get away with an 8-foot shared use path, save a few dollars, maybe invest those dollars in more substantial landscaping that's serving a purpose in a bioswale, for example, and have a cross section that again becomes a complete street, accommodates all users, and has kind of a good aesthetic to it with shade trees on both sides, as well as split rail fencing that helps define the corridor. The policy to consider for this evening, though, is on county roadways, where it might be appropriate, as we're working through the plan, to consider a minimum standard on county roadways that would require a 10-foot flexible surface shared use path on one side of the road, with a 6-foot sidewalk on the other. The county standard design in an 80-foot cross section would be those 5 lanes of travel that you can see illustrated in this image, and then 2 6-foot sidewalks with no buffer. We would suggest that's not a complete street. That's a street that's really geared for people to drive quickly, and folks that are on the sidewalk are really in an exposed condition with no protection and no buffer. A 6-foot sidewalk, by the way, is too narrow to legally safely accommodate both bicyclists and pedestrians. And so we're lacking the ability to move bicyclists in a safe manner. And in addition, a 6-foot sidewalk's too narrow to ever take a horse down that trail, right? A trail that by definition needs to be at least 10 feet in width to be able to accommodate equestrians and have a surface that's appropriate for equestrians as well. So in looking at the network in the district, and 2 roads in particular, one being Coconut and the other being Orange, as we know, the county plans to ultimately install what would be 5-lane sections on those corridors. Our suggestion for your consideration is to consider a minimum standard where those roads would have a 6-foot sidewalk and not less than a 10-foot flexible surface shared use path, illustrated in this slide on the left-hand side, that can accommodate the range of users that we should reasonably expect in the district because it's the composition of your community. Bicyclists, pedestrians, and equestrians as well. I don't know that it's a comfortable place to be traveling as an equestrian, but it's a roadway facility that's going to be improved, and you should have the right to utilize it in a manner that meets your residents' needs, and this type of cross-section does that. What you can see in this illustration, this is 96 feet in width. The current county sections are only 80 feet in width, so this would require a little additional land area to be acquired to be able to put in landscape swale buffers if this is a cross section that becomes desired. Then you can at least buffer where pedestrians, cyclists, and equestrians are, have a slightly lesser impact on properties. And P.S., these are the locations where you have roadways that you may start to consider different land uses along the corridor. Maybe not single family right against that, that section, but maybe a local serving commercial use. And so the 10-foot minimum standard is really the focus of this slide for your consideration. There have been discussions on other projects that have been communicated to me by staff and by board members about trying to decide what's the minimum sidewalk dimension that you should consider. The reason this item has been expedited ahead of the balance of the plan is because you have those discussions that are coming to you now. And based on where we are with the input thus far in the mobility plan, we think you want to require, we are recommending that you require a 10-foot minimum multi-use path with a flexible surface on at least one side in those corridors. What we find in communities is that every community we work with that has a lesser sidewalk standard than they really want, they never get the bigger standard going forward. So getting the biggest facility you can for pedestrians is really the way to make the most livable community. We find this in every jurisdiction, urban, suburban, and rural as well. Just for perspective, there is a slightly wider section that we're testing for roadways like perhaps 60th Street. If 60th Street is a corridor that that becomes more of a limited access parkway, that's one of the ideas that has been presented. Perhaps that type of corridor could have full bioswales on each side, more robust landscape swales, and again, a 6-foot sidewalk with a 10-foot minimum dimension, flexible surface shared use path to accommodate both cyclists, pedestrians, and equestrians as well. And I'm just calling that out for you on that slide as well. So with that, that's a very fast overview on a large volume of work that's being undertaken. But we wanted to bring those items to your attention because your board is having, the community is having active dialogue about some of these considerations. And so otherwise, the mobility plan document will begin to be circulated to staff in the next 2 weeks or so. And then it will be available for public review once we're sure we actually have all the facts straight in the document, and public review later this month, and then ready for board presentation in the month of July. Okay. And my contact information, of course, always available if anyone has any questions or has particular follow-up needs. Okay.
Kim, with respect to 60th Street, would we need to have a bioswale on the north side? Because they already have a landscaped buffer requirement for the permit with the city of West Palm Beach.
Yeah, it's not required, but we're just trying to test alternatives that address the different ideas the public has brought forward. We heard very strong interest in bioswales. So we're just trying to understand how bioswales might fit in those conditions. They have a double benefit for you as a community because they provide landscaping and they provide stormwater conveyance and treatment. They also open up for grant dollars.
But on 60th, you have the city of West Palm Beach Canal, and part of their requirement with the county is a berm that's landscaped. So I think when we're looking at 60th Street, we should be looking at, what do we want in 60th Street? We've already got the berm for the canal. What do we want on the south side of the road?
Sure, absolutely. So the more fine-tuned section, if you will, is the section that is illustrated on the screen with a 96-foot right-of-way that based on the input we've received thus far, may well be a solution you might want to pursue with the county, particularly for roads like Coconut, where we know the 80-foot section has no buffers and minimal sidewalks, and doesn't really have good accommodations for any user other than the vehicles. So, so instead, a cross section like this one, again, emphasizing a minimum 10-foot flexible surface path, shared use path, may be the appropriate standard that you want to press forward with to be sure that you get those protections and street designs that can accommodate your community.
Thank you. And then can you please describe what the flexible surface is? I keep meaning to ask you this.
Sure. So I think Joe Capper may be on the call as well. I didn't see Joe listed, but
He is, and I have to, hold on. Joe, can you talk?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, to answer your question, what we've been looking at is the what we call a flexi pave. It's actually ground up tires. They can that they wheelbarrow in and lay just like a regular sidewalk. You can get it colored, many different types of colors. It also is pervious. Okay, so it allows water to absorb through the surface. It's actually, a lot of the joggers like it because it's obviously softer, and so we've used it in some areas, and it works very well for percolation and so forth. From time to time, it needs to be cleaned, but for the most part, it's the place we did use it hasn't been cleaned yet in probably over 10 years. But the fact of the matter is, it does get better pervious qualities once you clean it every so often to get the silt out of it. But in general, it's actually just ground up tires, and when they lay it down and everything, it does have a little glossy finish to it, but it looks very attractive. And again, you can get it in just about any color you like.
So this is something that we would have to contract to have done. We wouldn't be able to have done in-house by our staff in order to maintain it.
Yeah, that one there, you probably would contract out. I will tell you that the process is not very difficult. I mean, I watched them lay it. Obviously, acquiring the material, you'd have to use the material. The company FlexiPave would probably need to provide you the material. I'm not sure if they let municipalities install it themselves, but like I said, when I watched it be laid down, it was not a very complicated process of installation. But we'd have to check into that. But that's a good point. I mean, that's the one we've used. I'm sure there's other types that we could look into, but that's the one I have used.
All right. I have some questions from Facebook Live, but I'll take board members first. So I see Tim Sayer has his hand up. Go ahead, Tim.
Hi. Good evening, Kim. First question is regarding the flexible surface. I know it's made from, in some cases, ground tires. Isn't there a concern with the breakdown of ground tires leaching into the water tables? And is because they have heavy metals and they're dangerous to plants, soil, and aquatic systems?
that's a good question. That sounds like a Joe question, though. Joe, do you have intel on the potential for the FlexiPave surface to leach?
Haven't had a problem with that. I don't know the exact figures on it, but we'll look into that. Like I said, we've used it right up against the Indian River Lagoon. It's used quite often, and quite frankly, it is used in places around landscaping itself. But I'll look into that, Tim, and get your response on it. But there is a material between the obviously underneath this. It's a stabilized material underneath the FlexiPave itself. But I'll look into that. I'm pretty sure I can find an answer for you on that.
All right, thank you. Next question. Multi-use paths, what's the average cost per mile for a 10-foot wide multi-use path?
Joe, you have those estimates in your house, right?
Wouldn't that depend on how we choose to complete the multi-use path?
Yeah, either pave versus FlexiPave. There's a difference.
Right. We did have a proposal for that one grant that we were going for, Joe. Remember where the multi-use path that we applied for was not flexi surface. I believe it was it was asphalt with I can't remember what we did with the horse portion on it was adjacent to, but the whole area was a designated multi-use path.
Right. It's the numbers we've been just recently receiving are about $9, I think, a square foot for this material. And we'll have to give you the total breakdown per mile. I don't have it with me tonight, but we have done it, and it's in some of the numbers that Kim has talked about, but I just don't have it in front of me today.
And the differential, Joe, between flexi, so there's, Tim, as I hear you, there's two parts to the question. There's a cost per linear foot for 6, 8, or 10-foot asphalt, sidewalk, path, or or shared use path, as they're defined, versus a 10-foot shared use path with a flexible surface.
Okay, so doing some quick rough math, $9 a square foot, 10-foot wide, $90 per 10-foot wide, 1-foot long section, a little over 5,000 feet in a mile. I'm coming up with about $475,000 per mile for cost on a multi-use path, but you can let me know where I am on that later. Bioswales, right?
Yeah, you're right there. You're right.
So we're looking at $500,000 per mile. Okay, bioswales with minimal trees as outlined in your plans. Any idea what it costs per mile roughly for bioswales?
The numbers we've been using, they're about, we put like 400-foot long pods of this, and we put within a mile. We had about 4 of them. So that's about $160,000 per mile.
Okay, thank you. And all right, let's talk about the gates on the roads that are suggested. You mentioned, Kim, that there's regulatory challenges. What are the regulatory challenges we will face?
So Joe's team is working on the permitting requirements to gate any of these roadways, the roadways in the district. There's a county process, there's the fire marshal, and there's the school board, as we understand it. And so Joe's team is working through the dialogue with those entities to specify what the permitting process would be for those gates. Did I leave anybody out, Joe?
No, you're correct. We as we do on all your traffic calming, we have asked the fire marshal to give us his input on this. Obviously, he has to have access through these gates. Just some real quick, I haven't finished them, but we kind of did a layout of how people would approach the gate and have the ability to turn around when they approach the gate, as was requested last week. And we did get some numbers today on the gates, and assuming there's probably some kind of barrier next to the gates in the sense of making sure people don't go around them. A turnaround, you're at least $50,000 per each gate area, and that's just a quick number. I just want you to know we're refining that. The second thing is the fire marshal, one of the fire chiefs, we've sent them the documentation of what we're looking at, and we just wanted to get his first opinion of it. He's obviously going to need to make sure he has access through the gates and so forth. But he's told us he'll talk to us on Friday. So we've begun the process, as Kim has talked about. I don't have any input from them as what they're going, what their opinion is going to be at this moment. So I think that's something we will have to work through. We did also submit it to the engineering department to get their opinion. Don't have any response from them yet. And again, I suspect your legal staff may have some input on this as we go through the process. But at this point, we're just trying to kind of feel for what the costs are, how it would be laid out, what are the concerns, can we mitigate those concerns, that kind of thing. So we're still checking things out.
All right, and then I want to jump back to flexible surface for 1 minute. What is the lifespan of a flexible, and we're going to use tires as an example, shredded tires. What's the life cycle of that, and what's the upkeep cost? How often does it need to be repaired, replaced, patched, or whatever on average?
Tim, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't have it in front of me, but I will look it up while you were talking about the rest of it and let you know. But I mean, the place I have used it already, it's been down for 10 years. Quite frankly, I don't say it's been used in an equestrian setting. So I would probably say that it would probably get a little more use in your case than where I have it. But I do have it in an area where joggers, people actually drive on it. And there hasn't been much maintenance of it so far. I think I should look into it a little closer for you and talk to the manufacturers about that.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And Betty, can I just add a comment to Tim's questions in response to Tim? So there's two different pieces of the policy that we're recommending to you. One is the dimension of the path. And we, based on the input we've received thus far and our analysis of the deficiencies that you have for other users, we're suggesting to you that a 10-foot minimum shared use path should be the standard on county roadways. These are the county roadways in particular. In addition to that, we believe you may want to request also that 10-foot minimum path, shared use path, have a flexible surface. If it doesn't have a flexible surface, there's nowhere for an equestrian to travel down one of these roads, right? Because it's all paved out. And so there are almost two parts to the equation. And so I just wanted to make that distinction for you. So on your interior roads, we are beginning to feel as though limited applications of a flexible surface path will give you better connectivity for equestrians. There might be a budget decision that you don't want to put it down in that surface, and it doesn't need to be able to accommodate equestrians on a particular facility. But that 10-foot standard, again, is just specific for the county roads at this point. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
All right, do we have, I'd like to remind everyone too that, because we're getting a lot of questions and there's different comments. We're in a planning process, which means that we're exploring everything. The board has not adopted anything. We have not made any decisions. We're not, getting into the details of financing and the actual cost is something that obviously when we get down to deciding, do we want a flexible surface or do we want asphalt surface or do we want grass surface, all of those different things will be considered. But at this point, we're talking conceptually. We're not making decisions. We're not marrying ourselves to anything in particular. With respect to the bioswales, I'm going to go back to the original presentation on the bioswales, and there's multiple benefits in addition to the cost. There's multiple benefits to actually doing the bioswales, and one of them is the cleaning the water coming off of the road. But one of the other ones was actually creating a landscaped buffer that will improve the value of the neighboring homes, as well as serve a purpose with those canopy trees once they're much larger as a traffic calming measure. So there's a lot more than just, well, it's going to cost us X number of dollars to do each mile of a bioswale. You got to look at the bigger picture in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. And then, once we nail down exactly how, what, when, and where, this is how much it's going to cost, because there's still a lot of things that are in terms of the details that have not yet been addressed. We're not there. We're just talking concept. Do any of the other board members have any questions before I get to, I have a number of question and answers as well as some Facebook Live comments and questions. And then just one other thing before I get to the comments from Facebook Live and the Q&A. Kim, the 10-foot multi-use pathway policy, well, all of these policies that you're talking about, we do not have the policies on our agenda today. And actually, they would be coming back to the board at a later date. We're looking at probably July or September. Right. And some of these we were trying to get to a little sooner because we do have we have a permit, as everybody knows, the last meeting relating to Royal Palm Beach Boulevard. And there was some questions as to some of the things on there, and the board doesn't have an adopted policy and some of these things that we're talking about. The 10-foot multi-use pathway is one of them. The complete streets and the Vision Zero concepts and those policies, those are going to be more important as we move forward with the permits for Orange and Coconut, because Royal Palm Beach, that's already happened, right?
Right.
Is that the approach we're taking? Okay. So we really need to have the 10-foot multi-use pathway policy drafted and come back to the board for July. And then the other ones, possibly September. Is that correct? Kim?
Is it for me?
Yeah.
We're happy to work. Our understanding, for the benefit of the board and the public, our understanding was there were actions moving through time that were going to be ahead of the mobility plan. And so based on what we know at this point, we think a 10-foot minimum multi-use path of whatever surface is the standard that you want to put in place as roads like Royal Palm Beach are already being designed. So you don't miss a chance to get a roadway section that's already going to start to build your network for you. These other policies can come later, but they're related to that. And so that's why we were asked to address those things on your agenda tonight. We're ahead of the mobility plan. There's a fairly detailed presentation for you that lies ahead to work through all the pieces of the mobility plan and the strengths and challenges with each of the different alternatives, bioswale versus landscape swale, different types of paving surfaces and everything else.
Okay, so I'm going to do the Q&A of the people that are in the meeting, their questions that they've asked, and then if Kim or Joe can answer. The first question is 60th going to connect to Seminole Pratt? If so, when? The answer to that actually is yes, it is. And we don't know when because it's a county road and they're in control of that. Joe, do you have any additional information about that?
Sorry, I don't. As far as the time frame, no, I don't.
Every time we ask,
they're planning it right now. I know.
Yeah, and every time I've asked the county, their answer is that they still don't have the right of way from Minto, and that they needed to get additional right of way from what was in their original development order and agreement.
And in addition, the county staff has indicated that they're undertaking a new study to figure out what the dimensions of 60th Street need to be. And so that's one of the corridors that we're addressing in the mobility plan. And you'll see a series of options that come to you at your July meeting when we present the plan in total. Because if you want it to become a rural parkway, limited access rural parkway, that'll have a very specific design. And if the county allows that to happen, that road could be a little bigger, but take a little pressure off some of the other roads if that's a desire in the community. So that's something that we're testing for you as well.
All right, we have a question from Dixie Theory. Would bottles break if being thrown out of window and hitting the flexible surface? Sorry.
That sounds like a Joe question.
So if a person throws a bottle on the FlexiPave, just so we're clear, the FlexiPave does include some rocks. It does include the rubber tires. I mean, it's very flexible, but could a bottle be broken? The answer probably is yes, if it's thrown at it hard enough.
But less likely than asphalt, Joe?
Yeah, it's going to be less likely than asphalt, but I could tell you that it never would break. So I mean, it's recyclable tires. It's like I said, it does have some rocks in it. I mean, it's porous. I just want you to know, give you an idea what the it's not just their advertisement. It talks about all over Florida. they get 3,000 gallons per square foot per hour. Those flows through this flexi pave, and it does remove nitrates and phosphorus and so forth. So, I mean, it's capable of handling 4,000 inches of water per hour. That's pretty porous. So, but to answer your question, I mean, I couldn't tell you that a bottle thrown at it. I'm sure it depends on how fragile the glass is, if it would break or not. They don't tell me that. It's basically recycled rubber, stone, and a urethane binding agent. That's what the flexi pave is. So again, we've only utilized one of these surfaces, and we'll look at other types, but this one seems to work pretty well because it seems to be being used throughout Florida.
Sounds pretty fancy to me, Joe.
Well, and it actually, the surface gives you a chance to tap into grant money. Because
the what?
One of the things we're trying to do is leverage any IT dollars as far as we can with grant dollars as well. So FlexiPave is a surface that actually gives you percolation. And so it gives you a chance to start to use some drainage dollars from other sources that we might not be able to get to. So that's why we're working all these different angles on the projects so that you'll have a pretty wide array of things to choose from, to kind of sort through. Some are going to be not really competitive for grant dollars in their form, and others would be competitive. They might cost a little more in one aspect, but then you can get grant dollars to come in to offset some of those costs otherwise. So you'll have a very creative set of options to choose from.
We have another question from Sarah Baxter. And she says, would you send out a survey to residents to see if they're in favor of gates? We are not. And again, this is a concept at this point. That would be a decision by the board before we made any decisions or, move forward on that. Right now, we're still exploring it as an idea. And by the way, I have received a lot of feedback from residents. They're in favor of the gate option. Next thing I have is Alexander Ryan Chin on Facebook Live. He says, how will these complete streets work on dirt roads like 60th, where frontage from folks' yards will likely be taken over? Are houses on these roads going to be offered to be bought by the county? Mr. Chin, 60th Street is going to be paved a minimum 3-lane section by the county. It's in the 5-year plan right now. They're studying, they wanted to make it a 5-lane section. Indian Trail has pushed back. We have had multiple meetings with county engineering staff, and we recently had a meeting with the county commissioner and engineering staff. And the bottom line is that we're trying to figure out a path forward for 60th Street so that whatever happens there's right now the proposal is just to build 3 lanes in front of your house. Potentially we know that that's going to be 5 lanes, and then it's going to be 7 lanes, and because that's how much traffic is going to be on there. And so we're looking at how are the residents going to be protected? How is that going to be safe for our residents, for our children in particular, pedestrians, riding their bikes to school, walking to school, equestrians? This is going to be a very busy road, and it is definitely going to change the landscape. So this is the 60th Street's been on the long range thoroughfare map for a long time with the county. It is a county road. They have an 80-foot right of way there. They can build a 5-lane road in an 80-foot right of way. But as you can see from what is on the screen, you cannot do a buffer or medians or paths or anything like that in an 80-foot right of way. We would end up having to go to a 96-foot. So I think residents really need to think about what it is that they want in front of their house, because it's happening. So do you want a highway when you walk out your door, or would you prefer some of the options that are being proposed, like the one that's on the screen, the 96-foot wide? And that's why I also pointed out that in the case of 60th, you wouldn't necessarily need both sides to be done. You could just do one side. So that actually, you know, you could probably eliminate some of the space need here. Yeah, there, if you do a bioswale, yeah. And if you just do a landscape swale, I think you could probably get rid of at least 13 feet of that design on that 96. So you really, you know, that's only 3 feet if you were to just eliminate, say, this one side, the 7-foot landscape and the 6-foot sidewalk. That is 13 feet, and it's an 80-foot right of way. So, you know, the county would only need 3 feet to do the option with, you know, a landscape swale on one side and a multi-use path. And I'm not trying to minimize the concern, but I'm just saying that it's happening. We're trying to figure out how can we make it safer. Andrew Chin, or I'm sorry, Alexander Chin, what happens for residents on the south side of 60th? Also, same resident asks, what is the county's method of appropriating the land if the 96-foot option is chosen? I can share that when the county had the public meeting at the Acreage Library, trying to remember now, it was 2 or 3 years ago now, the residents were they all received a letter from the county, and there was a meeting held at the Acreage Library, and the process was described there by the county, that any property that needed to be eminent domained, because they were trying to widen the right of way from 80 feet to 100 feet. And so the easement that they have is only 80 feet. And that additional 20 feet, they would be required to obtain it either through permanent easements with the residents, or they would go the eminent domain process, which through that process, the county would be required to pay for your attorney. They would be required to pay for your appraisal fees, and they would be, in terms of the cost in the eminent domain, there would be a valuation of the property that they're taking, in addition to having to, you know, replace or compensate you for any landscaping, fencing, those kinds of things that would be impacted. There were a couple of residents that were concerned about the sewers were gonna, or their septic systems, that the right-of-way would cut into where their septic location was. There was one resident who had a guest house that they were in the middle of constructing, and somehow this right-of-way, you know, from his perception was it was going to go into it. But the bottom line is that the county would be required to make the landowner whole. And if you get a good attorney, you know, they're going to argue for that. The thing about the septic that got brought up was that the county would probably look into running septic in or county sewer and water down 60th to supply the residents there, especially the ones that their septic fields and septic tanks would be impacted. So there would be a need to run it for at least, I think there was 3 or 4, maybe more than that, but 3 or 4 at least that I know of that were that would need to have county sewer hookup. So those are the things that they said at that meeting, and any of those kinds of questions, if you want more detail, you can actually get from the county. Unfortunately, that meeting was not videotaped because it was a county meeting and it was at the library, but you can contact the county engineering department and I'm sure they can share with you the process. So James Rouse on Facebook Live, he says, need to see real photos of this stuff or computer models on the actual streets. Residents want to know impact and benefits. Again, right now, James, we're still, this is all conceptual right now. When we get down to street level details, individual things, it'll be planned then, but we're way far from, you know, what street. I know that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kim, when we're talking about doing most of these traffic calming and bioswales, these are not on the dirt roads that are, you know, quarter-mile sections. These are on roads that you've identified, and I think it was at the beginning of your presentation, as our neighborhood roads, right?
Yep, only on the paved roads.
Yeah. So we're not looking to do this throughout the district on dirt roads. There are a couple of dirt roads throughout the district that, you know, eventually we'd be looking at something, I would think, like 130th, because 130th is a potential problem area, but I can't imagine we're not looking at the dirt roads. Yes, sir.
If you go back to that section, I don't know how important this is, but I think it is. I mean, I think the section there that Kim has, the county can put those 5 lanes in an 80-foot section and put sidewalks on both sides, 6-foot sidewalks and curb and gutter. And we felt that was really, you know, you really wouldn't want a residential lot against that. So that's the reason why we're trying to get some input on this. It's not because the county wants to, is willing to put any buffers in, but I think Kim has been able to get them to consider the option of putting these buffers in. And that's why we thought it would be at least a little better attractive road than what the county was originally willing to put out here, which was a 5-lane section ultimately, and 6-foot sidewalks on either side, pretty much just using what's in there and the 80-foot that's out there. And I bring it up because it's, you know, we're thinking that the community doesn't want that. And if that's the case, then, you know, let us know. But that's why we propose this type of section.
Right. Andrew Chin, I'm late to the game here as a new resident to the acreage, but what benefit do we get from the county making these changes? Along 60th, people not only ride horses, but I find it hard to, but also ATVs. I can't speak for others, but I find it hard to believe that residents would want to give up what we have now. It's Andrew, I'm sorry you bought on 60th Street. I really am. And I would love to talk to you outside of the meeting about your concerns, but that ship has sailed. The county owns the 80-foot right-of-way on 60th. They are connecting it to State Road 7, from State Road 7 all the way to 190th. This has been a known issue ever since they approved Minto. And the best we can do now is to try to get a better design of the road than what the county wants to do. Does anybody have anything to add to that? Burgess, you're being awfully quiet. Do you have anything?
No, I think you've covered it all.
Okay.
I don't have anything else to add other than that, again, the county has not given any definitive timeline on when 60th will be done, but they will do it here, I'm sure, in the next 5 to 7 years. They'll have to start construction.
Yeah, the 3 lanes is actually in the 5-year plan.
Yep.
And then the studying. Okay, we have Andrew Chen again. Can you explain limited access rural parkway, as well as I understand this is conceptual at this point, but I would like to see a meeting with ITID and all residents of 60th. So we sent a letter out to every resident east of 140th for the workshop last week. And we did have a good turnout, but it's disappointing considering what's at stake here. So I'm more than willing to have meetings with the residents along 60th But, you know, I know personally, Jennifer Hager can attest to this. We have walked 60th and put things in people's mailboxes. We've talked to the residents along 60th since 2013. And even still, despite all of our outreach efforts, and several other people tried as well, there were still people that showed up to the meeting that the county had at the Acreage Library on 60th Street, about 60th Street, that said they'd lived on the road for 30 years and this was the first they'd heard of it. So, you know, I'm always agreeable. I'm sure the rest of the board will agree. If the residents want to have a meeting, we'll have a meeting. But at the same time, you know, I'm not convinced that we're going to get much more than we've already gotten, and we're not going to stop it from being built. We just need to talk about how it gets improved, how we deal with it. All right, now I see Joni has her hand up.
Hi, I saw there was another question and the other questions about can we send out a survey to the residents, and it was kind of brought up last week also with the mobility thing. I agree. A lot of people don't show up, and then again, you know, I know how much work we've all done to try to educate the public, especially the ones living on 60th Street or living around Persimmon and that whole area. And we know that unless the bulldozers are at their door, they don't know what's happening. So somebody brought up whether we could send a survey to the residents, maybe in that area that possibly is going to have, you know, issues in regards to whether they want gates, whether they want, you know, what their feelings are on it.
So at this point, I don't even think we're in a position, again, because it's conceptual, what are you going to ask people in the survey? I think that the board needs to get the presentation that we get from Kim and narrow down the things that we're considering, and then send a survey out to the residents. Right now, we just have a bunch of different ideas that have been thrown out there that still need to be vetted and explored by staff before we can, you know, as a board, make a decision.
What if I can suggest, Joni, I think it would be helpful if we had some feedback from the fire marshal and school board so we know what our options are. And so based on last night's workshop, CapTech's doing a great job of trying to chase down if we're going to have regulatory or permitting challenges, what are those? What costs are associated with that? And I think we'd like to get that feedback before we'd suggest we have meaningful information enough to get feedback from the public on specific alternatives. So with your permission, if you think that's okay, we'll keep working on that. We stepped up our efforts on that piece of it after last week's workshop, because clearly there are many folks that are interested in the idea. So we want to make sure that we have all the pieces identified so that we can present to you in the month of July, and we haven't even gotten a chance to start to work on dates yet, but in the month of July to come back to your board meeting or a special board workshop to present the overall plan and its many pieces. So you'll have that to consider. And then maybe after that point, when it's all flushed out, maybe that's a good time for, as a community, that you might want to go out into a survey mode or whatever mode you think is appropriate to get public input on those specific alternatives. So I think we kind of have narrowed it down to 3 types, right? We've got different types of traffic calming features. That's kind of one way to go. And then we've got traffic diversions, either gate or removing the culvert or installing a culvert and removing the bridge section as kind of like the 3 alternatives. So we want to be more informed when we bring that back to you. Okay.
And some of those treatments are specific to certain areas. I'm just going to put that out there. So what the residents on 60th want, what the residents on 140th want, what the residents on Persimmon want, they can all be completely different. And there's different issues involved with the different areas and the different roads. 60th, for example, being that it's a county road. So.
Right, and that's what you'll be receiving in that, and when we make that presentation back to you in July with all the pieces, all the different locations that seem like the appropriate ones for traffic calming, the type of traffic calming that fits in the particular context, and then the costs associated with those, and a prioritization, a recommended prioritization of how would you roll out those improvements over time, because there's going to be there are lots of different challenge spots in the district, and it's probably not reasonable to suggest you can get them all done in the first year. So we have a long-term, near-term, mid-term, and long-term prioritization to recommend to you as well. That will then take, feedback and public input to get it fine-tuned.
Okay, I see that Bob Morgan has his hand raised. Bob, go ahead.
Hello, Kim.
Yes.
How you doing?
Doing great.
Good. Listen, I got a question.
That's not normally a question I get in a public hearing. That's very gracious. Thank you.
Listen, I got a question. I had thrown a couple of times out a suggestion regarding the traffic calming, keeping the other traffic out that we're not looking forward to. Mm-hmm. And is SunPass or some kind of a system like that out of the question because of cost? Is it a possibility of some kind of a revenue if we cannot come up with the gates or other means of keeping the traffic out?
Yeah, and thanks for bringing that up again. So my understanding, and Joe needs to step in, but I believe SunPass as a mechanism can only be used on certain types of roads, and I don't believe ITID roads are eligible for that application. So, and that's one of the very strong sentiments that we have certainly picked up through the process, is that we don't want any other roads in the district to be controlled by anyone other than the district. So I don't know that the SunPass mechanism in particular can be used because of that. We're still working on that, but that's the feedback I have so far. Joe, did you have any other information? That's the feedback I got from the TPA.
I don't have anything to add about SunPass. As you know, the gates, they would have an ability for any residents to go in and out. Obviously, there's, I think they call it a chirp system that the police and the fire department would use to get through the gates. But I'm not aware of any SunPass option. And I think it's just like Kim pointed out, there's a functional classification of these roads, and we really don't want to put them into the DOT realm, specifically Persimmon, because then we would be under the control of the DOT or the county. I think in all this discussion that we just recently had, I think we need to remember we are talking about ITID roads, which is Persimmon, which is going to be, we'd like to handle differently than the Palm Beach County roads, which is 60th, okay? And, I know there's a few other roads there, Coconut and Orange and so forth, that are county roads. But I think it's different how we want to approach each of the roads based on the ownership. And so I know when I'm hearing some of these conversations, what we are trying to establish is a section, for example, on 60th Street that ITID people would like to see, because as I stated earlier, the county would just assume put 3 to 5 lanes and 80-foot right of way, which would mean there'd be no buffers, there'd be no equestrian trail, there'd be no, that's not what they're planning. However, they did say that if we could get consensus through ITID on what would be placed there, they would consider installing what we want. So I think I didn't answer your question because I really don't know the SunPass. I'm still trying to get through the legalities of a gate, to be honest with you. And we need to be working through the legal staff of the district. But I'm also trying to make sure I recognize that there are going to be practical things such as the school board going through these gates, the fire department going through these gates, and the sheriff's department going through these gates. So that's what I'm kind of working on right now.
So it's my understanding that the reason why Sunset was paved was so that the school district did not need to take Persimmon, but I'm just going to leave that there. I see we've got another question from Sarah Baxter. Where would the culverts be located? I think what Kim was referring to was on Persimmon, actually connecting canals and removing culverts. Isn't that what you were referring to, Kim?
That's what I meant. Reconnecting the canal. Sorry. The canal that was focused upon was the canal that's about 1,500 feet east of 140th. And the idea that was generated about that was perhaps that canal could be reconnected. And if it was reconnected in that location, the road would be interrupted in that point. And so nobody could go through in that section. So that's an idea that came out of some of the workshop discussions. And so we're trying to understand what the implications of that would be. And again, the focus was the canal that's about 1,500 feet east of 140th.
I see Tim has his hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I agree with Joni Martin. Before we continue to spin our wheels about the gates, contacting the fire department, the school board, regulatory challenges and everything, sending out a survey to people that will be impacted by the gates, letting them have their input. If they wish, if it's a majority that wishes to have gates, then we continue to move forward with it. If it's not a majority, then I think that we should not look towards that option and continue spending money with CapTech that has to continue doing work on it. Thank you.
So I strongly disagree with that, because I don't think we should be saying to the residents, hey, do you want a gate here, when it's not even an option. We've talked about it in a concept, and now we need to, because we saw that we had support for it, I think we need to find out, can we do this? Is it a possibility? Obviously, before we make the decision to do anything, we're going to get the feedback from the residents. But there's also another part to this, and that is that not everybody has the same rights to Persimmon that thinks they do. I've heard comments from people that live east of Royal Palm Beach Boulevard that say, well, I pay taxes for that road. Fact is, you don't. Okay. And I would urge all the board members to get up to speed on who pays for what.
Okay, so I have a question based on that. When was Persimmon paved? When was 140th paved? And was it under an R1, R2, or was it independently paved?
It was not paved under either one of those plans, and they're not in any road plan. They are in the unit of development. That's it, at least between 140th and Avocado.
Okay, yeah, because I couldn't find whether they're in R1 or R2 either. Thank you.
Yeah. So there is a difference there, Tim, in terms of sections of the road that we have to be sensitive to. I don't see anything else. So with that, what are we looking for? Board consensus to move forward to bring the policies back? Is that what we're doing, Burgess?
Thank you, Ms. Argue. So tonight, this was just to explain what complete streets are, what, I forget the other one, just slipped off my tongue because it went off my screen, but the Vision Zero, and we will be bringing those back for the board to consider. We really don't need any direction, anything like that. We'll just bring them back either in July or September at this point. However, the first topic that Ms. Delaney spoke about is on tonight's agenda regarding the grant. Thank you.
And I thought the multi-use path we want to bring back for the July meeting.
Yes, that's the other one. Yes.
All right. Kim, did you have anything else?
That was it. And just direct the grant so we know if you want us to pursue it for you.
All right. So board members, can we get a consensus that you're in favor of moving forward with 6.4.1, which is the partnership grant with the DEO?
I'll give a consensus, yes.
I'm a yes as well for 4.
Same. I'm okay with it.
Same.
Okay, so that's 5-0 in support. And we're going to, or do we need to vote on that? I'm sorry. We need a motion because it is actually on the regular agenda.
Yes.
Before we do that, the consensus of the board, that's what I wanted, was on the policy to bring back. Does any of the board members, what is the feeling on that? Do you object to 10-foot? We're not talking about the material. We're talking about the multi-use pathway policy.
What do you want to know? You want to know if we consent to bring it back?
We're going to bring the policy back in July, but is there anybody that objects to that policy? Or now's the time to kind of give the input to the policy so that we can bring it back in July and essentially adopt it unless there's issues with the actual policy.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. No, I have no objections to the way they want to lay out multi-use paths and stuff like that.
Right. So what we're not going to have in there is the actual material at this point. Am I correct on that, Kim and Burgess?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, it would just be the policy, nothing about any design or material within.
Right. So then in the future, if the board decides, in these areas, in this, designated road or what have you, that this is how we want it done, then we can further amend that policy.
Yeah.
Okay.
We would bring it back as a work plan for
Okay.
the various roadways where it would make sense.
Okay. So the other board members, you're all in favor of that coming back next month?
That's
Yes.
fine with me.
Okay.
I'm good with it.
All right, so we're going to move forward to the regular agenda, and on the regular agenda, we have 7.1, which is the competitive Florida Partnership Grant Program that Ms. Delaney presented to us, and we've just had a very robust discussion about that and questions and comments from the public as well as on the Facebook Live. There's another question here, but Bernadette Stetzer asked the question, is there a point at which the discussion will turn to providing asphalt millings to existing unpaved roads? And that's separate from our mobility plan right now. There is, and there has been some discussion. We had received a presentation from the Director of Operations and Maintenance. The board, that would be a policy change, and that's something that I think needs to be vetted a little bit more. So when are we bringing that back, Burgess? Do you know? The millings?
Yeah, it would probably be in July or September. It's something we need to consider for the fiscal year 21 budget. So I do know that we have the enhanced stabilization policy amendment that you're going to consider this evening, on the agenda as well.
Okay. And that is, what agenda item is that? That's 7.7, Bernadette. So we will have that to discuss. All right. We have 2 grants, and so I don't think we need to separate those 2 grants. I think we can have a motion to approve the 2 DEO grants that Kim Delaney presented to us. So can I have a motion for that?
Tim will make the motion.
No second.
Okay, Jennifer has seconded. Can you please call a roll call vote, Scarlett?
Sure. Betty Argue,
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer Hager,
Yes, I agree.
Joni Martin,
Yes.
Michael Johnson,
Yes.
Tim Sayer.
Yes.
Okay,
All right, it's unanimous.
we'll get them out the door.
All right. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Okay. All right. The next item is the Executive Director Performance Evaluation, and I believe we need to get Laura Donlin. Is she here?
I am here.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. I need to have a 5-minute break to go potty. So does anybody mind if we take a break? 5 minutes? Hello?
Hello, go right ahead, madam.
All right.
Chair.
Go ahead.
So
No
we'll
problem.
be back in let's say 8:20, okay? 8:12.
Okay.
Right.
Let me hang on. Where's my thingy? Hang on, stay on the line. Can you hear me? Oh, no.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
Okay, we all back?
Yes, I am back.
Okay, so we're gonna get on to, are you back, Jennifer and Tim and Mike?
I've been here.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn this over to Laura Donlin.
You know, with an annual performance evaluation, I always like to look who may end up commenting before any vote is taken. Unique circumstance to local government where who report to are required to have public. So I do want to remind everybody just to maintain a level.
Laura,
keep in mind. Yes.
We're not hearing you well.
You're cutting in and out, so I'm not, I think it's yours because.
Let's see. Let me see if earphones will help. That's not good. My apologies. Oh. Better?
Okay, so you want to start over there? Sorry.
Sure. No problem at all. Is this any better though?
That's good. I until you keep going, I don't know if you're going to cut in and out because it kind of seemed like it might have been a connection issue.
Okay, let's start again. What I started off saying is I do like to remind everyone that it is unique to local government executives where they have their, it does occur in the sunshine. So I do want to remind everybody, before any vote is taken, to just maintain a level of professionalism and remember that most of it is in private. With that said, as you all are aware, Mr. Hansen's contract to take place, and that he receives over a score of 3 on our evaluation form, which is satisfactory, then the board can consider awarding an increase in pay and making a salary adjustment. Under our contract, that does not require a contract amendment. It's simply done using our personal. I do want to thank the board for getting the reviews in while we're all social distancing. That's been different than in the past. And I did receive everybody's form, and that the overall evaluation score when averaged for all 5 board members is 7.3. And I have had a couple of discussions with Mr. Hansen.
Laura?
Yes.
Thank you, Joni. Laura, you're cutting in and out again, and so I missed that last part about what the overall average is. And
Sure.
I don't know if it's when you're moving or what it is. I don't know.
I'm not sure either. I'll try to remain very still, which is challenging.
Yeah.
So the overall score when I averaged all 5 board members was 4.73. So I have had discussions regarding his thoughts on what might look like. And in light of the significant work, Mr. Hansen suggested looking at a adjustment.
Laura,
it's not working.
no, it's not. You keep cutting in and out. It's like a kind of an electronic garble.
Excuse me, President Argue.
Mm-hmm.
It's Scarlett.
Yes.
In other meetings, when there's been an issue, the person has called someone's cell phone and then we've heard them through that person's microphone.
Or couldn't she just call into the meeting?
Right, that's what I'm wondering.
That's a Dan question.
Yeah, I think you can just call in and then if you join by your phone, and then you can see on the screen still, Laura.
Okay, great. Let me try
All right,
that.
let's give Laura the opportunity to try and fix this, because it's really difficult to do this otherwise.
I apologize.
And no, it's not your fault.
Excuse me. The phone number to dial should be in the invite, and it should have the access code and everything, Laura.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for here. I got it right here.
And then just make sure that once you get on your phone that
I'll
you
also suggest, if you can hear me, that you turn your video off so that your video is off.
yeah, and mute the other one that you're logged in on. Tim, have your technical difficulties straightened out, or? Tim?
Can anyone verify they can hear me, because my connection's going in and out and dropped off and dropped in like 10 times now.
I asked if you could, if you were still having technical difficulties, and you didn't answer me, so.
Betty, I heard nothing at all, but it would not, no one could hear me and I could not hear anybody.
Yeah.
Do you want to call my cell?
Let me.
How about rebooting all of your?
Yeah, that's going to take too long, I'm
No,
sure.
let me try to do this. Let me join from a computer with no video and see if that does something.
Yeah, just stop video.
That would probably help.
And if it helps, you're coming through perfectly clear now.
Really?
Well, at the moment.
Okay, well, let's try while I'm trying to log into a different computer to see if I can talk on that one a little bit.
Laura, you could actually just push the stop start video button on the bottom on what you're on right now, and that should help probably. See on the bottom where it says start video, stop video,
No,
mute?
I see stop it. Okay.
Yeah,
So
try
stop
stopping your video and then see. That would probably help you a lot.
Okay, is this better? Well, let's
I was just about to say you're coming through loud and clear, and then it started again.
Oh.
I have a suggestion. Sometimes if you just talk real soft, because sometimes it feels like if she's forcing her voice, the mic responds differently. Just try to speak softly.
She already speaks softly.
Well, you're telling an attorney. So what I'll do is indicating that I'd spoken with Burgess about compensation levels, and his thoughts were generally trying to have an adjustment between his current rate of $5,000 per year, in between that, and I see you shaking your head, Betty. It's not working, right?
We're not here. We're hearing every other word.
You just cut out. So can I suggest this? I'm going to mute and turn your video can be on, but I'm going to mute you. Call in on call Miriam on her cell phone, and maybe she can put you on speaker, and then you can do it that way. You've got Miriam's cell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta pull it up.
See. All right, I have Lara on the phone. Lara, say something.
Hi there, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Excellent. My apologies, I think I'm gonna go ahead and let me mute my computer here. I keep hearing.
Yeah, you'll get echoes otherwise.
And for some reason, I can't get to. Oh, here we go. No, it's only allowing me to either leave the meeting or not. So I'm just going to step away from my computer. Burgess, I can't apologize enough.
We will overcome.
Oh my goodness. All right. So where I left off was Burgess was suggesting that a salary adjustment in the range of where his current salary is at $145,000 per year, in between that and the maximum of the salary range would be appropriate. And that exact midpoint is $167,982.40. And so what you all might want to consider at this point is to make a motion to get the board starting with a discussion if you're inclined to make a salary adjustment. And as you engage in that, I just remind you that before you take any action or a vote, to ask for any public comment at that point, if there were to be any.
So what we're looking for right now is for the board to discuss whether or not and what amount of a salary increase we would be willing to give Burgess. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Joni, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to increase Mr. Hansen's salary to $168,000 effective at the next pay period. And it's absolutely what he deserves. I think he's more than proven himself. We took a chance on him. He took a chance on us. He's had quite an astonishing and very productive year. And that point is really the midpoint, and it seems fair. So that's where I'm at. I'm making the motion to increase his salary to $168,000.
And I will second your motion. This is Tim.
Okay, so we have any board member discussion? I have, and any members of the public? There's a message on Facebook Live from Patricia Curry. Holy 145K with full benefits, and ITID is generous with benefits. How much is the lowest paid ITID employee being paid? I mean, the ones really doing the work that keep us going day to day. In answer to that, Patricia Curry, you can find our salary schedule that is adopted. The salary chart is on our website. And we also have a merit discussion on 7.4 with respect to the employees. I'm going to say, since there's no other comments, I believe that I rated Mr. Hansen on a 5 across the board. He has been outstanding. I think it's been the best decision that we've made. We have a very well-rounded team now, and we have made great progress under his leadership in the past year, and I think that he's proven more than he's proven he's worth it. So I support the motion. So with that, since there's no other comments, please call the roll call vote. Scarlett?
Betty Argue?
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer Hager?
I agree.
Joni Martin?
Yes.
Michael Johnson?
Yes.
Tim Sayer?
Yes.
All right. And it passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Now the next item is the telecommuting policy, and Laura, that's next.
Yes, and so this next policy, in light of COVID-19 and suddenly being forced to figure out how to work while social distancing, the district actually did a very good job trying to ensure work continued to get done while adhering to CDC guidance and local executive orders and things of that nature. And staff thought it would be prudent, given that we may be dealing with not only this pandemic situation at varying levels for a while, but also from a practical standpoint for other just business-related reasons, to put some general parameters in place surrounding remote work. So, for example, making sure that employees understand that when they're working remotely, they will not be holding meetings in their home. Those would still occur at district offices with vendors, residents, employees, things of that nature. Employees would need to be able to report back to work if needed in a timely manner. So really just setting up some parameters for going forward, as we don't know what this pandemic will look like 2 months from now, 3 months from now, but then also separately recognizing that so many of our employees have been extraordinarily efficient in remote work. There may be times when it's appropriate to authorize remote work simply to accomplish a project with fewer interruptions.
Okay, do we have any board member discussion? Burgess, how many employees do we have now working from home?
Well, thank you, Ms. Argy. So first, all of our employees are basically back in the office, and we have them working in the office and then telecommuting from home. And I believe we have, probably finance department, which is basically 4 people, 5, 6, 7, about 7 people right now are telecommuting. However, they are coming in at least 2 days a week, if not more. And, moving forward in the future, we'll scale that back as necessary once we know we're a little bit further beyond the COVID-19, because that, as we all know, it's still increasing in parts of Palm Beach County, including this area. So we just want to be careful about that.
Great, thank you. Do any board members have any questions, comments on the policy? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion for the policy and then have public comment. Motion to approve the remote work policy, employment policies and practices.
I'll motion.
I'll make
Motion made by Jennifer, seconded by Joni. And do we have any members from the public comments? Dan?
Nothing on Facebook.
All right.
Yeah, no, just checked. No.
All right. And so please call the roll call vote. Scarlett?
Betty Argue,
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer Hager,
Yes.
Joni Martin,
yes.
Michael Johnson,
Yes.
Tim Sayer,
Yes.
it unanimously passes.
Thank you very much. All right. The next item on the agenda is the merit amount for fiscal year 21. Is this you, Burgess, or Laura?
Yeah, I apologize. Because I'm a co-host, there's no way to raise my hand.
No, I know. Yeah.
Yes, it'll be a combination of staff, and I'm sure Ms. Donlin may have from a legal perspective what she would like to address, but I do have both Miriam and Jose here to discuss this. But first, what I'm looking for is, as we're compiling the fiscal year 2021 budget, the board last year determined that they wanted to move from a COLA-based system to a merit-based system. So we'll no longer have a cost of living adjustment for the employees going into October 1st, 2020. So what we will have is a merit-based system. And right now, what we're looking at in Scarlett, if I could just share the screen real quick so I could put something up. Thank you. So I understand that the board understands the bell curve and how it all works. I'm doing this for the benefit of anyone watching or any of the staff. So what I'm looking for from the board is the way normal performance evaluations work is there's a maximum, and that's that one or maybe two people in the organization that are perfect or near perfect that would fall into the high performance category. Then the average performers are those that either meet or slightly exceed expectations. And that's usually where you find the majority of employees in that category. And then of course, there are those who are the low performers who, again, should only be a few, if that many, of our employees. And then with that, they don't necessarily get a merit, or they get a very low merit increase. So what staff is looking for from the board is, what do you want that maximum merit to be for whoever that 1 or 2 star performers are? Do you want it to be 3%? Do you want it to be 4%? And then based on that, the average performers are those that meet expectations or slightly exceed expectations will fall into that bell curve. So if the maximum that the board wants to give out is 4%, then the majority of the employees will fall somewhere in the 2.5% category. And then those underneath there will be 1% or less. So I don't know if there are any questions specific to this part before we move on.
So Burgess, just to clarify, what did you say regarding the highest performer would receive how much?
Well, the way the evaluation system is set up, that person would get whatever that maximum amount that the board wants to give. That's a percentage. So if you say, I'm just using 4% as an example because the midway point is 2%. So it's just easier to discuss numbers. So that would mean that the majority of the workforce would probably fall in that 2.5% for those that are eligible for a merit increase would fall into that category. So in that range, so if you did go with a 4%, I believe, and Jose, I know, has calculated some numbers, that would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of, I want to say $115,000. Jose, do you want to provide a more accurate number if that's off?
Yes, it's going to be between 115 and 125,000. That'll be the pool of money that we would need to add to the budget to the salaries.
Yeah.
For 4%?
Yeah.
Yes.
But the majority of employees would not be getting the 4%. Majority of employees would probably be falling in the 2 to 3% area, 2.5%. And I do want to just clarify that we do have some employees who are at the maximum of their pay range, and they would not be eligible for a merit increase. And Miriam,
I thought we already adjusted the pay scale for those people so that was addressed.
I believe there's still a few. Miriam may have an.
Yeah, what we are running into is in the Parks Department, because the employees in parks that have been there all 15 plus years, they're reaching their max. So it would actually affect them the most.
I thought we had already fixed this with respect to a 3% merit increase. I thought we had looked at that.
We had focused on maintenance and operation. At that point, parks wasn't included on the audit, but I have shared with Liz the problem that we're going to run into. So she will probably come towards Burgess and the board with some suggestions.
Okay, so
it's not a high number. You're looking at 4 or 5 employees top, like I said, in the parks department.
All right, do we have any other board member comments on that? Tim, Sarah, I see your hands up.
Yeah, and Burgess, the way you're presenting this is that if we allocate 125,000, that's what you'll show in the budget. But in reality, if we have any low performers, they obviously would get very little or none. Average performers would be about 2.5% on average. High performers would be at 4%, which means on average, we probably spend about 90,000 of that 125. You just need the 125, so you know the correct number to put in the budget. So we're not doing it at the last minute like we did last year. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So just to be clear, it's about the number that we put in the budget, that funding allocation for the merit, but it's also what is the board's expectation? What's the highest merit that you feel as the board that should be given for a high performer? Is it 3%, 4%, or more?
And the merit increase applies to who? Because I know we have some new hires that were already hired at the higher level to begin with. So what is the policy on that?
Yeah, I'll let Ms. Dawn respond to that, or Miriam, but.
Well, if you want to, the per policy, the anybody hired on or after October 1st, 2019, so the beginning of the fiscal year, is not eligible in this merit increase. And Lara, you correct me if I'm citing wrong. And anybody.
Right, because, I'm sorry,
Yep.
Those employees are in their probationary period.
Yes.
Yeah.
So October 2019, and when does this take effect? This takes effect September?
October 1st, 2020. So for next fiscal year is when the evaluation system for merit goes into effect. We've already started several months ago after this fiscal year started with the base evaluation. Jason and Greg and Miriam have been doing an excellent job, and more recently with the addition of Liz, she's also been doing a very good job. And then with Jose in his department, I believe he only would have one person that would be eligible for that, because with the accounts payable position, because the accountant, the senior accountant, and of course, Jose is also a new employee. So those three would also not be eligible.
Okay, did you?
Miriam?
I'm looking at the chart right now. I think Jose and Sylvia, because I think I had that discussion with Lara, are actually eligible because they're clearing their probation in September.
Oh, so they're clearing their, yeah, that's right.
Can you say again?
Tim?
Okay.
You broke up. Can you say who's clearing probation? The three?
It would be the senior accountant and the accountant. They're both clearing in September.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Joni, you had your hand up.
Yes, so if this is an issue, is it something that we should address now, Burgess? That's what I'm trying to understand, what you're looking for.
Well, yes, I'd like to know if we put in $125,000 into next year's budget, and what is it that you want that top merit to be? And then we can further calculate it down to a more accurate number for the budget. So that's what I'm looking for this evening.
You're looking for the percentage. And what is the recommendation from staff?
Right, and where are we now? What percentage are we at now?
Well, right now, you've never had a merit in the past. I believe the COLA for this previous or this current fiscal year was 3%, I believe.
Yeah, and there's no COLA this year.
Yeah, yeah, and in fiscal year 21, there will be no COLA. That is correct, Ms. Argue. So what I'm looking for is, what I'm trying to avoid is having a meeting on our budget workshop on June 24th and not giving a more accurate number. And I just want to avoid what happened last year where some of the personnel related numbers were higher than what some board members anticipated, and I just want to avoid that at all costs. I like to have the board's inclusion in this process because I know this merit system was very important. You started discussing it and approving it before I came on board. So I just want to make sure that you're all involved and that the board as a whole, or at least a majority of the board, is comfortable moving forward with a number. Usually, you know, that median or that average number is what you want to look at to make sure you're fair to the majority of employees. So whether it's 2 to 3%, and then you can determine what that maximum percentages that you would want to give to a high performer.
And so just to be clear, your recommendation is that it be 4%, and then based on merit, it'll be wherever they fall in that bell curve.
Yeah, and Miriam, do you concur with 4%?
Yeah.
And 4% would be $125,000, you said?
If every single employee that is eligible through this policy, yes.
Yeah, but once we know what a number is, we'll actually be able to more accurately calculate what that number is, because we can determine, because we do have base evaluations already, we can anticipate where we think most people will fall. And then we'll also know those who may not receive any because they're low performers or because they may be ineligible for those. And then in other cases, you know, if we have employees that leave, then they may not get a merit at all. So we would take all that into account. But that range, that 125,000, is a higher part of the range. So as Jose said, 115 to 125 is where we're looking. But if the board wants to go with 4%, then we'll go back over the next few days and we'll nail that number down a little bit further. Again, it's always going to be an estimate until we have actuals with the evaluations, but that's how you normally can calculate or estimate what your costs will be for merits in the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, and then that cost, does that include the benefits cost as well, which I think last year was somewhere around 17%?
Yeah, the benefits do not fall under the salary or with the 115 to $125,000. I'm not, for this upcoming fiscal year, I'm not recommending any changes to the benefits. However, there will be an increase in health insurance just because there is health insurance, but it's not because we're increasing any of the benefits or having any type of dependent health insurance subsidy.
Right, but so the 125 does not include the additional benefit cost of that increase.
Yeah.
Is
Yes,
that
that's-
correct? Okay.
Yes.
And so when we get to the budget, there'll be that included as well as the projected, what we expect the
Yeah.
increase for the health insurance to be this year.
Yeah.
And do we have an idea what that's going to be this year?
Yeah, I believe, Jose, you do have a number for that, for the health insurance, an estimate for the increase?
Yeah, we estimate to be around $900,000.
Increase?
No. The total amount.
Yeah, no, she's.
So what is the percent increase?
Yeah, she's asking for the increase over last year, or over this fiscal year, I'm sorry.
It'll be the 10% that we're projecting that there's going to go up.
So health insurance will go up approximately 10%.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so just as in terms of quick and dirty math, because I know Tim's sitting there with his calculator. If we had a maximum $125,000 for our salary increase, on that $125,000, there's going to be a 10% added for the health insurance. And in addition to that 125, there's also what is the total benefit cost? I think it was, do you remember what the percentage is? I think it's 16%, Jose.
Percentage from
The total benefits cost, like with FRS and
yeah, the vacation, all of that.
Yes, it's about 17%, right?
okay. So you have 17% of 125,000, plus you're going to have the 10% increase over and above the health insurance. What is the difference between last year and this year at 10%?
It's about $90,000.
Okay, so then the additional 10% on the 125 as well. So it's really, am I doing my math right? It's 26% over and above the 125 plus the increase in the health insurance. Is that correct?
You lost me there.
Okay, so if you've got a 10% in health insurance and you've got 16% benefits cost, then basically that's a 26% over and above on the 125.
No.
No? Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what the actual fiscal impact is here, Tim. So what is it? You've got
The health insurance keeps separate. The rise in the health insurance is estimated to be $90,000, bringing us to 900,000. Has nothing to do with 125.
But if you're increasing your payroll by 125,000, you've got to add that 10% there.
You add $90,000. So you add 90,000 to that 125,000. So you're at 215,000.
No, because the 90,000 increase is on the existing payroll as it is right now.
Exactly. So you're at $90,000. No, it's not on the 125. You pay a flat fee for each employee. It doesn't matter how much money they make. Okay, it costs the same amount to insure you as it does to insure Mr. Hanson. Okay, so you're going to raise it. They are raising it. Estimate it's going to be $90,000 above what we're paying now. So
okay.
One figure that we have to add to what the overall cost will be increased. It doesn't count salaries. It is an increase.
So it's just the benefits increase, the 16%.
Yeah, the only thing that's impacted would be the
FRS
and tax roll related line items.
Yeah, so you have roughly 60% on top of the $125,000. So at 20,000 be $24,000 more. It's probably about 20,000. I don't have my calculator. So we're probably looking at $145,000 overall cost against 125. But you have to remember, we're not going to give out the full 125.
Yeah, no, I realize
Yeah.
that.
Let's say we give out 100, okay, and at 16%, it's going to be another 16,000 in benefits that we pay out on top of that. So you'd be at 116, okay? And because anything that we don't give out rolls back into our reserve or budget or whatever, it just doesn't get spent.
Yeah,
So
that is correct.
On average, we'll probably be right around 116 if we allocate 4% of estimated salaries towards that. We won't be spending the entire thing.
Okay, so, but what I'm trying to get to is what, in terms of overall budget impact, so that we're clear with respect to the raise, that's that. But just with respect to our payroll and benefits costs and health insurance, we would be approving essentially, we're going to have another $200,000 increase essentially at this point, in addition to any other salary increases that are approved. So what I want to know,
It's going to be about 206,000.
Right. So what I want to know, because we've had a discussion that we don't want to increase taxes this year. I'm sure Mr. Hanson, you and Jose have already looked at this. So do we have the ability to make that up in the budget without having to raise the taxes?
That's why we want to have some clarification this evening.
Okay.
In this meeting, we don't need any motions. It's just more for, majority clarification or agreement on it. But yeah, I mean, my goal is not to raise assessments. And again, the reserve is very healthy, and a reserve is meant for a rainy day. And I would consider this to be a thunderstorm. I don't like taking from reserves, but I feel fairly confident. I can't say 100% confident tonight, but as Jose and I get into the numbers, deeper into the numbers after tonight, we'll have a better outlook. But I do feel that we can make it work without raising assessments with those increases.
And without impacting any of our services and goals.
Yeah, no, I would not. Yeah, no, because you don't want to pay more payroll and not be able to operate or function at the level or better or a higher level. So that is.
I see you, Miriam.
Yeah, no, I'm doing, my hand is for Laura.
Okay.
So.
All right, Laura.
I'm jumping through some hoops here. Thank you. I just want to clarify. Burgess had mentioned, and Burgess, I don't necessarily intend to disagree, but that we would get a motion for that maximum merit percentage. But I would actually recommend that you do that so it's clear what was approved in the budget, since you're going to be whittling down that number based on actual assessments and review of kind of trending evaluation. Would that make sense to everyone to have a motion for what that maximum percentage merit increase would be?
I think that's what we were trying to nail down, is what the staff recommendation was. And I think what I'm hearing is that it would be 4%. Is that correct, Burgess?
Yeah. I mean, again, I thought that this was something that the board really wanted to discuss, so I apologize.
No, it's all right.
A recommended number coming into it because I thought that's where the board wanted to have a little more say in it. So I didn't want to make you feel like I was painting you in a corner. So if the board is comfortable, what we could do, and Ms. Donlin, if from a legal perspective, we could do this for the 24th for the budget, we could come back and show, if the maximum was 4% and 5%, and show what those numbers would be if the board would like to consider that, or we could just set it at 4% or at 5%. Because I use the 4% just because it was a simple, just for an example for the board. But I was thinking that the bell curve would be somewhere between 2 to 3%. So that would either put it at 4 to 5% as a maximum. But that would be for the board to determine.
And this would take effect as of September or October 1st.
It would take effect October 1st, and then I believe the evaluations, Miriam, if you want to explain that, it's based on is it based on anniversary dates, or how did you guys put this up? Is it effective October 1?
October 1, yes, we have done the base evaluation, the mid evaluation, and now the last one is going to be for September, so the end evaluation, and then we just do an annual evaluation after that. So by September, we will have accurate numbers and the merit at that point.
Okay.
So I just want to say that I supported going to the merit system, but I also am cognizant of the fact that everybody's trying to tighten up their belts, and so, you know, typically we've always given a 2 to 3% to our employees. And Dan, I just want to say, can you please check the webinar and make sure it's still streaming live, because I just got a notification that it's now streaming live. So I'm not comfortable going higher than 4%. I'm comfortable with going with 4%. I think everybody needs to you know, be aware of the fact that, you know, there's going to be a 0% COLA increase this year, which typically is what we would go by, and the fact that we have to tighten up our belts. So a 4% I'm comfortable with. I'm not comfortable with going higher. So that's just my 2 cents worth. Joni, you have your hand up?
Yes. So I'm a little confused exactly what staff is asking for, if they want the 4 or the 5, or do you want to bring it back on the June 24th meeting? Or do you want to give us those 2 examples?
Well, now, what I want tonight is really, if the board can come to a decision tonight, and you want it to be 4%, then on June 24th, that's the number we're bringing back. But if the board doesn't want to make a determination on whether you want it to be 4% or something lower or higher, if you give us a range, then we will calculate what that impact would be on the budget, and at least we have a more concrete number to work from, because I don't want us, meaning me, staff, to come in on June 24th to the budget workshop and say, I'm recommending a 5% merit increase. And the board's like, whoa, wait a minute. That's not what we ever talked about in the past. So that's why I wanted to discuss it tonight.
Laura has something she wants to say. So Laura, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, because now I understand, Burgess, on your timing more fully. So I apologize that I may have jumped the gun saying you need a motion tonight. At some point, you need a motion with that maximum percentage. So if it is the board's desire to have some options brought back with hard numbers in a particular range for staff to focus on, that's certainly acceptable. So I just wanted to backtrack that.
Right.
Yeah, and if I could just
go ahead
to that as well. Thank you. You know, what I don't want to do, and I don't, because it really works against how this is all supposed to operate. Like, I could sit down with each of you individually and say, Ms. Martin, what would you like to see, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Hager, Ms. Argue, Mr. Sayre? And then I could say, okay, it would be whatever 4% or 5% or 3% for that matter. I just don't like operating that way because that's not transparent. And I'd rather have the board have an open discussion about it so that it's out in the clear and we have a very clear direction on what what the majority of the board would like to see as maximum merit. And then we would come back on June 24th with this is how much it will actually be from an estimate standpoint.
That's good. Okay, I see that Jennifer has her hand up. Jennifer, go ahead. Jennifer?
I said, I think I was talking. I said, I think Tim was before me, but I'll speak if he doesn't mind or whatever.
I called on you first.
All right.
Please go ahead.
So I just want to say that I support the 4% being the max. And with that statement, I would like to give my opinion on the fact that times are hard right now for a lot of people. And I've always stood by the fact that Indian Trail employees have it pretty good. And we're a very generous workplace. So I sit here sometimes and I feel pressure to just give raises, but I'm not always in agreement with it. And also with that statement, people have been working really hard in the district. Like, I've been on this board a long time and this is the best that I've seen it. And that is why I'm going to support the 4%. So let's keep on seeing that. That's all.
Thank you, Jennifer.
At this moment.
Tim?
Yes, Burgess, do you know, I know we're not doing a COLA. If we were doing a COLA, do you know what the COLA would be? I'm looking online, I see 1.6%, but I don't know if that's correct.
Yeah, I think it would be lower than that. It might be that right now, but I don't think I'm not sure what the data set timeline is, if that's taken into account all of the recent GDP and other related decreases we're seeing. I know the economy, at least from a Wall Street standpoint, is turning around, but here in Florida, I know a lot of the municipalities and the counties are looking at, because they rely on sales tax and ad valorem property value rates, particularly the commercial and industrial properties, they're actually not looking to do any type of COLA. So my guess is, without looking at it, it's going to be close to zero.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing.
That's something that we will certainly look at. I can tell you, I didn't really focus on a COLA because from what Ms. Donlin and other staff told me in preparing this is no COLAs moving into 21. So I didn't really spend a lot of time looking at it.
Okay, that's a fair enough answer. My concern is I don't have a problem setting aside $125,000 in the budget and telling you that, okay, nothing can be over 4% and come back with numbers. But if the COLA is really 1.6, in my personal opinion, we shouldn't be giving more than double what a COLA would be, which would be 3.2, which is $100,000. So I'd like to be able to have you come back and say, okay, this is where the average COLA is. Yes, you've set aside $125,000 based on what we anticipate to be at 4%. So I would like to vote to set aside $125,000. You take a look at what you think. And our people are doing a great job. I don't want to think they haven't, and they do deserve a decent raise. But we're also, like you say, it's a time to be conservative. So maybe we need to knock back a little bit from there. And I want to be able to do that a month or 60 days or 90 days from now before we finalize everything out. So I don't have a problem moving 125 into the budget, knowing that we're not going to spend the full 125 anyway. But I would just like to take a look, and while we need to be respectful of the work that's done, we also need to be respectful of what's happening. So if we vote at the 4%, I'd like to make it where it's conditional, and we can retroactive it down a little bit from there if we feel it's warranted. Thank you.
Burgess,
Yeah.
I just have a question for you. I'm sure that you're going to bring something up about this, but do you, in terms of doing your evaluations with our employees, and I think that we've been telling our employees that they're going to have merit increase, that's, you know, the performance evaluations, that was the whole point of this. But do you need to know what the actual merit number that's been approved by the board is to move forward in doing that, or?
Well, I think what that does is that sets with the bell curve, that lets us know that if you say it's 4%, if the board tonight votes it's at 4%, that gives us a much better idea that the majority of the workforce that's eligible for a merit increase is going to fall within that 2% or whatever that number would be. So that's why I want to try to set what that maximum is, because very few people will get that 4%. And so I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is, does that take the objectivity away from the evaluations?
No, because the evaluations are based on performance. So what you're discussing tonight is just specifically, this is what we feel that we want to give to our workforce, and this is the maximum amount that we're going to give if there's a star performer, high performing employee. That's where they fall into that higher percentile. But the majority of the workforce, and this is just, it's common throughout all organizations, the bell curve, that's where the majority of your workforce usually fall. And the way we've done, the way that the Human Resources Department with the assistants at the beginning of Laura, you know, they made sure that Jason and Greg and now Jose and Liz have been properly doing those. They've been keeping me informed, because I do take performance evaluations very serious. I prefer merit-based systems because it's based on what you've achieved. And as an employee, we've given them an opportunity to say, what is it that you think you should achieve in this current fiscal year for the merit. And so it's very inclusive. So from that perspective, it's as unbiased as it can be for a human relations type of function. So
okay,
Joni. Oh
no, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address Mr. Sayers' comment. So I don't want to get wrapped up in a COLA or looking at what the COLA is, because COLAs are traditionally, whether it's for government or private sector, it's what the cost of living adjustment would be for just normal living. Merit, and I'm not trying to speak down to you or anyone else, but merit is all about performance. And I don't want to say, well, we want that bell curve to be whatever the COLA would be. Bell curve or the maximum should be based on the value that the board, which all of you are saying you place high value on the workforce, that should be what really dictates that maximum amount or that maximum percentage that you want to give to a star performer. And then with the bell curve, that's where your standard employee lies. So with that, I'll let other people speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Burgess.
Thank
Well
you.
stated. I appreciate your point.
Joni?
I think with all the discussion, I would like to make a motion to accept the 4% as the merit-based percentage that the board would be willing to approve.
And I'll
You'd
second.
like, so let me just
Maximum.
restate that, Joni. You want to recommend a 4% merit increase.
Right.
Okay, and then,
We'll get it. It's a merit-based increase. I'm listening, and he's
Yeah.
telling us people will get B2 and 3.
no, it's just what you were saying was you want to make a motion to accept the 4%, but what you're actually making a motion for is to adopt a 4% merit increase. That's what we're doing.
I'm sorry, I said the wrong. I adopt the
No,
4%. That recommend.
That's fine. I was just clarifying your motion. All right, and Tim, you're seconding it, right?
I understood that's what you wanted.
Yeah, I know you understood it. Can you make a roll call vote, Scarlett, please?
Sure. Betty Argue,
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer Hager,
Okay, I agree.
Jenny Martin,
Yes.
Michael Johnson,
Yes.
Tim Sayer,
What the hell?
Jennifer?
And China?
that was
Jennifer, your mic's on.
Like she just went to China and then she just got on a horse.
all right. And Tim, that was a yes from you?
Yes, so for a yes from me.
So it's unanimously passed.
Okay, thank you. I forgot to ask for public comment. Are there any public comments on that merit increase? Is there anything on Facebook Live?
Nope, nothing on Facebook.
Okay. And I received a comment, and I would like to just state that, yes, we have a lot of people that are out of work and potentially are going to be, facing financial hardship. But I would like to point out that one of the only ways that we can show our appreciation and our recognition for how hard our staff have worked is through the merit-based system, and that's why the board decided to go with it. Our staff has worked extremely hard, has come together, and is really getting a lot of projects done. And so to that point, we have worked, all of our staff have worked through COVID. They weren't sent home. They weren't paid to stay home. They came to work every single day. And so that combined with the fact that they have worked very hard at trying to meet the board objectives and goals and direction. We've been very satisfied with the majority of our staff. The ones that we weren't satisfied with, I know that management has addressed that. So I think that this is the one way that we as a community and as a board say thank you to our staff. And it's also important that people understand that when we have a high turnover of employees, it costs us money. And so we've put in a tremendous amount of energy through our management for training, good and retaining, attracting, recruiting, retaining those really good, well trained, hardworking employees. And so, like I said, this is our pretty much our only way to say thank you as a community for working hard. It costs us more money if we lose them, so it's better for us to make sure that they're happy. And I understand that we're going into a hard time, and I think that I hope our staff remember this, that if there are economic troubles, that it's possible next year there's very little increase. But right now, we're saying thank you. So does anybody else want to add anything to that? Burgess?
No, not unless there are any other questions. I talked probably more than I needed to. Thanks.
No, it's okay. And just to be clear, the merit base does not include you, right?
No,
Your salary, okay.
Yeah, I work completely out of that system. So
Okay.
no, I don't get anything. So,
Just want to be clear on that.
yes,
Okay.
no.
All right, so let's move on. Next item, and I think that's it for Laura now, is it? It is. So thank you very much, Laura, if you're still with us.
Hang on, Laura. Okay.
And your patience.
Sorry, you got to say it again. I muted already. I got excited.
Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you. Have a nice evening. All right,
Yeah.
next on the agenda is the Acreage Community Park South Expansion update. And I think we're turning this over to Rob.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, staff, public. It's been a successful week out there. To date, 100% of the curbing has now been installed. Lauren Jock Trucking's been working on the rock finishing for the loop road, also finishing repairs where the deficient curbing was removed. Today we had an on-site meeting with Ranger to discuss a paving date and quality expectations. No exact date is on schedule, but we're set up for tentatively 3 weeks from today. They're going to start with the first lift on the loop road and then work out to the sidewalks, and then the final paving on all the traffic lanes and parking stalls. Irrigation main line is in. They're working on the voltage control lines and boxes and valves. Some of the secondary is in as well. Those have been placed in the areas that are not expecting landscaping to be put in as of yet. We didn't want to put in the secondary irrigation lines and then have the trees and remaining landscape package to go in there and have any repairs to do on that. Bill Gore is hammering Jenkins on the final landscaping proposal. They've been on site. They're also doing the irrigation. They're doing a good job out there. They've been out on site. Attention to detail has been very good. No issues. You don't have to sit there and babysit them. To help out with the closeout documentation, enlisted Mr. Panlin to help with Palm Beach County Real Estate. Before we get the water meters and everything turned out for the closeouts, since we are the quote tenant on the park, we had to reach out to Palm Beach County Real Estate, have them check the box, and then that package can go over to water utilities, and then we can get the water meters put in. Once we get those done, we can get the building contractor back out to finish out the punch list items on that. Field has been treated for the third time for grass and weeds. We don't have a start date as of today, but since it does have its third treatment, Lauren Jock, Phil Gore is going to be also pushing them, get them out there and get a start date for the field. That's about it. Just an update on the times I wanted to look through and clarify. We pushing them hard. We're, on the downside of the time remaining on the contract. The NTP went out on the 17th. It was executed on the 20th. They actually started work on March 23rd. That puts them on July 13th. So we're looking about 6 weeks remaining for them on the contract. We've had a lot of rain out there. They've been working through that quite well. God willing, and the creek doesn't rise, we should meet those expectations, at least for substantial. Any small punch out items we can finish up after that. But those look like some pretty good dates. I'll entertain any questions. Anybody have anything, comments, concerns they'd like to clarify?
So we still have the landscaping issue to address, and we still haven't been able to nail down a final on that, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
After the on-site meeting with Ranger today, I took Bill aside and, told him what we're looking for, the expectations. We want a good quality product that we can be proud of. The residents out here have earned it, and we don't want any shortcuts, but we don't want this thing drug out either. So.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. I see Tim has his hand up.
Yeah, Rob, the amphitheater, I know that there have been previous discussions about extending what I'm going to call the ramp slope area once the park was completed and we had a CO. Is that still in the plans to be done so that we have a larger area for people in front of the amphitheater?
I'm sorry, I missed part of what you said there. Can you repeat that, Tim?
We had looked at the amphitheater, the area for the people to watch whatever the performance is seemed to be small in size, and making it much larger once the CO was achieved on the park. Is that still on the burner to be done once we have a CO on the park?
We haven't had any new discussions on that.
That has not come to the board. That has not come to the board for discussion.
We did discuss it about 1.5 years ago on the board, and we agreed that it was too small. So
but the footprint is what was on the site plan. I don't know how you.
We also talked about having the swing set not put where it was. It supposedly was put in a further back corner so that work could be done once we had a CO on the park. The board talked about it. In fact, it was when Carol was on the board, we talked about it, I believe.
Well, my understanding is that if we were to try and make any changes to that, that would pretty much take out all that landscaping that was done that was part of mitigation and part of the requirements for the county. So it's a much bigger deal than just we want to modify this.
The landscaping edge was part of the mitigation.
Yeah, there was. It was part of the permit requirements, Tim.
I understand that. I'm just asking if it's still on the burner. And so now I understand that it's not. So
what I'm trying to say is that it would be something that would probably, as long as that site plan and everything is out there, like to modify it, it more than likely has to go back to the county if we're to modify that significantly. So unless staff can come up with some other plan that doesn't require us to modify what's there.
Not the question I asked. I said once the CO is, once we have acquired the CO on the park, which means those permits are closed, the park is finished. That's when I asked if we still had it on there.
The park finished, you mean the overall site plan that's been approved or this particular contract CO?
Contract CO'd off on and the permits that we currently hold are closed.
Yeah, so
it's for any other portion of the park to be done.
No,
What is done, correct?
No, there's the whole site plan has already been approved by the county. Anytime you try to change that site plan or have to do any mitigation that is outside of what's been approved in that site plan is going to require a DRO amendment. And that's why when we brought back to the board the phasing issue, we said, any other changes you want to make, now's the time to make it. And when we did that, there were no other changes that were being proposed other than the actual phasing and the CO requirements with respect to the road. So that's what I'm trying to understand when you're talking about, if it's after the complete site plan is completed, that might be different. But right now, anything else would have to be according to the site plan or an amendment done, which costs money every time we go in for an amendment.
And that's why I'm asking the questions. That's
Yeah.
fine. And then there was a horse parking area that was supposed to be in the southern end of that on the site plan.
So we had put, remember when we went through the budget this past year, we had originally, I think it was $70,000 in the budget. And then when we were looking to cut the budget back, that got cut out, and staff had said that they were going to do the work in-house. And we actually had a discussion about that today. Burgess, do you want to talk about that?
Was it on the original site plan? That's
Yes,
currently.
yes, it was, and it is. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Thank you. So what we're looking to do with the equestrian parking area is it would not only be used for equestrian trailer parking, it could be used for overflow parking. If the ALA were to have an event or the AAL were to have a large tournament, there could be overflow parking there. And what we'd like to do, and what we discussed this afternoon about that, was that instead of making it gravel or even what the material that we have at the Nicole Hornstein parking lot where the arenas are, we'd actually compact it, hard compact it, but put some type of sod over the top of it, so you could even use it for other events, not necessarily like athletic organized events, but if the ALA was putting on a large event, they could use the one amphitheater and then have a second stage or something else going on over by the what would be the equestrian trailer parking lot. So actually came up with a pretty good way where it just won't be used for horse trailer parking. That would be, you know, the primary use of it, especially in the evenings and weekends when people may go there to ride on the trails. But during the day, or if there's special events, then it could be used for other things. And I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that, Betty or Bob or Liz.
What I want to add to that is that the challenge right now is that the county has certain requirements. When we did the last amendment to remove 140th from the current construction contract, that it would the requirement to pave 140th to 60th or 61st was that we would that's now tied to basically when the community center would be done, which is at the tail end of that site plan and the phasing that we amended it to. As part of the conditions that they added was that we would not be able to open up those gates at 62nd until such time as we paved up to it. And we can't pave up to it until we have it in a road plan. And Burgess can maybe talk about that other thing. But anyway, we can't pave up to it until it's in a road plan. So we were talking essentially, how can we've got these horse trails, we need to have the equestrian parking. How can we utilize what's there without having to complete the full site plan requirements to get there? And so the workaround at this point is what Rob and Burgess are talking about. And and I think it's a happy median. We won't be wasting money in doing that. And then at such time as we actually get the paving done, then that's when we'd be able to put the gate at that actual entrance for the horse equestrian parking. In the meantime, they would have to go through the existing park at the entrance from Tangerine and then drive over there. So, and you'll also remember, Tim, that the next thing, you know, in terms of priority was the skateboard park relocation and the splash pad. And so there's some ideas about how to do that as well. And staff are going to be working on that and looking at how that can be done. And Burgess has come up with some good ideas, but I'd rather not get into all of those things tonight. But there's some ways that they're looking at doing it so that we don't have to spend a lot of money to do it.
All right, and I would appreciate it if the board received consistent updates by email or something on everything that's being discussed, and you know what is going on and everything. Because
well, you're getting that every week. We've been having a meeting every week, and you're getting updates every week.
And at the last meetings, the last meeting was canceled. The meeting before that, we just talked about, you know, additional costs and stuff. We don't know exactly where everything's going. This is the first time that the splash pad's been mentioned in 9 months now. It's the first time that the horse portion has been brought up in probably 9 to 12 months and stuff. So we need to be continuously updated. That's what was supposed to be done back when the board approved the positions. I appreciate being updated more consistent basis. Thank you very much.
And let me just say that, you know, the site plan and the discussions on the phasing, those were all done. In terms of the equestrian parking and the splash pad, I know I've given updates on that, and we talked about it during the last budget cycle because it was in the budget, it got taken out, and I was upset about it. And I specifically questioned, how are we going to do this? Because we've got equestrian trails and no parking. That was a priority. So, you know, I take exception to what you're saying because it's actually false. And if you need me to go back and pull every single time that these things have been brought up, I can do that. So, you know, it's up to the board members' responsibility in terms of understanding the different issues. If we need to have a workshop and go over the whole site plan and everybody understand that, that's a separate issue. But in terms of these items that we're talking about and the equestrian parking area, it's been very clear. I brought that up time and time again, and I know Jennifer brought it up. So, and so did Ralph Baer, and so did Carol Jacobs when they were on the board. So,
and I said it was about 9 months ago the last time we heard about it, which you just totally stated by saying we talked about it in the budget, which was approved for the October 1st of 2019, and we're 9 months into the year. So I'm not want to argue about it. I just would like to make sure that we're consistently updated all the time on what's going on at the park. Okay? Now, a question to the site plan. If we vary
Burgess, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to raise my hand. I'm
yeah,
sorry
I know.
to interrupt you, Mr. Sayre. Just we'll make sure in the weekly update that Rob and Liz and I will make the weekly update that I send out, except for on board meeting weeks for the most part. We'll make sure we put in any topics like that could come up, but
they have been. I mean,
yeah, but we'll make sure. And again,
and I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, a question about the site plan. You said that you want to modify the way the horse parking lot is so that it's more compacted and it has grass. Will that be a modification of the site plan since it doesn't show that?
Okay, so let me just repeat what I said. Under the current conditions, in order to have access to the equestrian park parking area, which has a gate that will go on to 140th, in order to have that under the existing CO, we have to pave up to it.
I know that.
Okay, so we can't do that we wouldn't be able to have that gate. Under the current conditions, we have to keep the gate at 62nd locked until it's paved.
Right.
So what we're suggesting in terms of a workaround is that we create a grass parking area for the equestrian trailers at the equestrian trailhead, which is where the equestrian parking would be. At such time as we can do the improvements on 140th, then we would create the driveway access onto 140th to the equestrian parking area. So you wouldn't need to go through the park to get to the equestrian parking. You'd be able to go down 140th and access it from 140th. And so, no, there is no modification that would be needed to do that.
Yeah, the footprint of the parking area will be the same. I don't believe that parking area, because it was for equestrian use, was never meant to be paved or had any type of concrete or even rock for that matter, because you don't want that, especially if a horse has shoes, because they can get abscesses between in their hooves. But so that's what we're looking at. So even if making it into grass is not a major modification. It's not even really a modification at all from my standpoint for what we're talking about right now.
Thank you, Burgess.
Yep, thanks.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from attendees? And nothing on Facebook, Dan?
Nope.
All right, so we're ready to move on to item 7.6 has been deleted. And we're going to go to 7.7, which is the enhanced stabilization policy amendment.
All right. And you had asked the board, you had asked the staff to, you'd asked the staff to come back to the board with modifying the enhanced stabilization. Right now, there are two methods of enhanced stabilization. The first is paved, the second is milling. We wanted to have the millings separated out because that is, the millings costs have gone down, and you wanted to address that such that it could be a zero cost for materials if that were requested. So I've modified the policy to hopefully achieve what the board is asking for. Scarlett, can you move down? This is the marked up version of the policy. The last time it was adopted was in August of 2019. The first modification beside the formatting is I added typically not more than a quarter mile in length, which is just clarification. The second modification shown in blue is that the board does have to approve petitions. This is a separate discussion than can a road be milled versus base rock because the costs are less. So that's what will be discussed with staff later at a later board meeting. This is specifically through the approval process, the petition process that is part of the enhanced stabilization policy. So I've separated out the policy into paved roads and millings, the first being paved, which is number 3. The modifications here are minor. It deletes millings and specifies asphalt paving. Go down. So there's really not much change to the policy to that point. It just says asphalts essentially follow the same guidelines or policy that it did before. I found one inconsistency on C. In the attached table, we said the professional fees would be $2,000. In this adopted policy, it said it was $1,000. So I have corrected the professional fee, which is refundable if not used, to $2,000 to agree with the schedule that was attached to the same policy. The next section is the entire addition. What do you do to have a millings road qualify? I've added a bunch of technical specs that hopefully address when a road would qualify for millings. Not just, not just a normal retrofit of a road. This is a specific petition. And if you have any changes or revisions, that's what this is on the agenda for. The criteria listed, the 6 criteria are: the base rock is more than 4 inches lower than design. In other words, is the road too low? If the road's too low, it really needs to be built up anyway. Some work needs to be done. So if it is that low, we should consider it. The second, which is a or, any of these conditions, if one or more of them exist, the road could qualify. The second is the base rock is unsuitable due to contamination. 50% or more of the thickness of the base rock. So if you have an 8-inch base rock and 4 inches is contaminated with some types of silt or organic materials, then it would qualify. To determine that, we'd go out and take a couple of borings of the road to see. The third qualifier is if the road base was an average of 18 feet in width or less for the length of the local road. Now, your current roads, we're trying to put in 22-foot paved roads and 20-foot, at least 20-foot shell roads or rock roads. So if it's too narrow, it would qualify. The next technical possibility of qualifying would be that the base has deteriorated. So if 3 inches of that base needs to be removed and replaced, you've essentially gotten to the place where it needs to be fixed anyway. So why not consider that as a qualifier for, well, it is a qualifier for retrofits, or if that road happens to exist and it is not currently on the retrofit list, this would show that it does qualify. The existing road is out of alignment. Some of these roads were constructed not at the center of the easement. They waver or they are off more than 3 feet from more than half of the road length. If that is the case, then the road should be reconstructed and we should consider it to be milling. The sixth isn't really a qualification. It says that we will look at the swales, but that does not qualify it. We're not really looking at a road to put down millings due to the swale. That's a separate issue. That's a road retrofit issue. The next section just says it's the same fees apply, the $500 application with the petition and the $2,000 potential fee for a professional. Those were the total recommendations I could come up with. I've sent this out to district staff, and I believe that's about where we should be. So at this point, I can ask for any comments, qualifications. You can push this off. You could approve it exactly as presented, or you could approve with any modifications. This page is just, it clarifies that the 6 inches of millings we quoted before was not necessarily compacted, so I've qualified it that the millings are compacted at 5 inches thick. And you might as well keep going down. Okay, there are the 2 different types of stabilizations, and again on this sheet I qualified that it's 5 inches compacted, not just 6 inches of millings, and then you compact them. The net result is about 5 inches of compacted millings. Go ahead down. The next page is what your staff had added, and the only change here is when you have millings, there is no charge for a qualifying road. Go ahead down. Not applicable, keep going. Oh, this is just a clean policy. There's, it's the same thing as presented before, but it doesn't have the blue lines of what was changed. So it still has the same limitations in that you will consider up to 5 roads a year. You're already doing a whole lot of roads. So this is purposely limiting the number of roads that could qualify so that your staff is not overloaded. And that is not a change. Do I have any questions, or does the board wish to move on this item?
I just have a question for you and Burgess. There's been some allegations out there on Facebook land from residents that there's favoritism played in whose roads get retrofitted and milled, and if you're a friend of somebody, then you get it done. And so I want to ask and get this on the record from staff that we have a policy that we follow in terms of the roads that get on the retrofit list, and we have a policy that we follow with respect to petitions, and we also have milled roads that are in serious disrepair that have been ignored for years, you know, in some cases at least 10 years. And so there is a process that staff goes through in determining which roads are being remilled, or which roads are being milled, or which roads are getting re-rocked, right? Or retrofitted.
Let me just respond, Betty, that is not what this policy is.
I know.
Burgess could answer that question. That's a maintenance issue, but that's not part of this. So I just want to make sure that you understand.
I know it's not part of this policy,
Okay.
but as part of this policy, we specifically have that it's a petition, and there's only, it's limiting staff. Now, if staff had more petitions and they had time to get it done, but it would follow this process. But the process, Burgess, can you please explain what the process is now for the retrofits, the remilling jobs that we're doing now? How does staff assess which ones are getting done?
Actually, I think I have Jason on here because I really want him to explain it.
That's fine.
And the reason being is because he and his team take a lot of, I think, unfair criticism on this, and it is probably one of the most objective ways that they can do it. And there is no favoritism on road selection or anything else. It's based on need and on the critical condition of the roadways. But Jason, I want you to address that so people hear from you directly.
All right, good evening. Yeah, absolutely. So every year, part of the budget, we submit, Operation and Maintenance submits a fiscal year work schedule. So what that is it's a total of 5 zones. Indian Trail is broken out to 5 zones. And each zone, we have the crew chiefs go out and assess the zone. They pick 2 existing millings roads. And like Betty just mentioned, most of the millings roads, the existing ones, are in disrepair. They're over 10 years old, and millings roads typically last about 10 years. So this was the first year. This past year was the first year we started remilling roads. So each zone picked 2 of their worst millings roads. We redid those 2. Well, each zone's actually done more than 2 this year. They've done between 3 and 4 so far in each zone. So we've actually done quite a few. So that takes care of the topic of the existing asphalt millings roads.
But Jason,
so for the road retrofits.
No, Jason, just go back. So the staff have a means of evaluating, and they have a list of those roads that are getting milled. This isn't some arbitrary somebody's buddy getting their road milled.
No, absolutely not. That's something that the staff meets, we discuss, we have crew chief meetings. It's presented to the board every year when we talk the budget. It was last year. It was, I believe, presented by Rob last year in the presentation with the budget. So that was put out there. That was the roads that needed the most, like Jay Foy just presented. We follow very similar criteria. We look for the roads that needed the most, the roads that have the most complaints from homeowners and residents, and we use our work order system to assess, where those complaints are coming from. And all of our crew chiefs, as most of the board members know, our crew chiefs have been in their zones for quite some time, some of them over 10 years. So they're very familiar with their zones. So they were actually pretty thrilled to get the green light to redo some of these roads because they were tired of patching them. So it was nice, and they were thrilled with being able to redo those roads because it actually saves our staff a lot of time to redo the road instead of patching it over and over again. So it was a lot of good progress made this year on the existing milling roads. So for road retrofits, it's a very similar process. It was 2 roads per zone, looking for the worst roads. Now for the retrofits, one thing that is different is we're looking for drainage issues as well. So we're looking for roads that are in really bad shape. They're destabilized. The materials going into the swales, the culverts are blocked. The materials getting in the canal, that's a perfect candidate for a road retrofit because we're looking to reshape that road, realign it, restabilize it, fix the drainage issues. Often have to do a lot of clearing of trees on unpermitted drives, fences, other obstructions. So that's how we pick the worst 2 in the zone. And oftentimes in every zone right now, we've done 2 road retrofits, but we've also done some swale retros. So that's new. And what a swale retro is like what the crew considers a pipe to pipe, which means they're simply digging out the center of swale to restore that positive water flow and that positive drainage. So again, following the same type of procedure, looking for the areas that need it the most.
Thank you, Jason. I wanted to have that on the record and an explanation. So with this policy, all we're doing is we're adding, we're substituting that we had a petition to do Millings roads as an option where they would have to pay for it. But because Millings is currently the same as Road Rock, they'd still have to go through the petition process, but they wouldn't need to pay for the Millings. And you've separated that out to differentiate the policy. Is that a good summary? Yes. Okay. All right. Any questions from the board members? All right. If not, then any questions from the public? Okay, and so we'll entertain a motion to adopt the enhanced stabilization policy amendment as presented by staff.
I'll make a motion to adopt it.
Joni makes the motion to adopt.
I'll second.
Seconded by Joni or Jennifer. Sorry. I call the roll call vote, please, Scarlett.
Mm-hmm. Betty Argue?
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer Hager?
Yes.
Joni Martin?
Yes.
Michael Johnson?
Yes.
Tim Sayer?
Yes.
Is unanimously passed.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to the next item, which is the driveway policy.
Yes, that's mine too.
Okay.
Just scroll down, Scarlett. And this one I'm asking for input. We really haven't had a full discussion of it. This is the same format as the last one where the changes are noted. You don't have a board memo because I'm asking for input and I'm not asking you to adopt, although you could. The first comment is just a formatting comment. Go down. No, stay there a second, Scarlett. There are currently 7 listed driveway conditions. You see them there: new driveway, road retrofits, paved roads, swale maintenance, homeowner driveway culvert replacement, driveway removal, and temporary driveway culverts. So that's important to remember, and I will show you why a little later. Keep going down. There is essentially no change to the existing policy till you get to the very end. Keep going. Exact same policy. What I have done to change the policy, as I understand the request, is what we are doing now, you have an obstruction policy that says no obstructions allowed. When a new driveway application is in, we look at the application and the district staff say, oh, there's an obstruction in the on the property in our easement, therefore it has to be removed, otherwise you can't get a permit. This allows for the possibility under a few of those 7 categories where the district administrator with the district executive director with the district engineer's recommendation could create a waiver. It's very important to understand that this would not be applicable, as it states at the very start of this one paragraph. Obstructions are not allowed. All obstructions must be removed by the landowner within 60 days for road retrofits. So there's no change. I've specified 60 days. Any new millings road, you still have to remove obstructions. For a new paved road, all obstructions have got to be removed. And they're all at the landowner's expense because they're not supposed to be there. That is your existing policy. However, the existing policy applies to the other 4 categories, which this policy would change. All obstructions have to be removed, but now if the executive director and myself or the district engineer were to judge that the existing obstruction did not cause a current existing problem, it doesn't mean that it wouldn't have to be removed in the future. But for the category of a new driveway, if the new driveway doesn't change obstructions and then the existing obstruction is not causing a problem, then the district director could waive removing an obstruction. Swale maintenance, and Jason just talked about they're digging pipe to pipe. If that digging out of the invert to invert between driveways does not have an obstruction or the slope to that elevation, it's judged not to cause a problem, then the executive director could waive removing an obstruction. Homeowner driveway maintenance. I mean, if the homeowner is maintaining their driveway, it's doubtful that the obstruction, that activity would not change the obstruction interference, but if the obstruction did have an interference, we would still require them to remove the obstruction. Removal of a driveway, that makes things better, so I felt that that wasn't needed to, you didn't have to evaluate obstructions, but if you notice it, you should realize, you should evaluate whether it is a problem or is not. And then a temporary driveway is something that's going to be removed later. And if the existing obstruction isn't causing a problem, why would you put them through a removal process if it wasn't causing a problem as it exists? One comment I got back from Jason actually was that there may be a lot of requests for waivers. Hopefully with the waiver only applying to those 4 categories, there would not be an overabundance of waivers requested, because the 3 categories that are the major road work, obstructions have to be removed anyway. I will tell you that staff, quite bluntly, does not like obstructions, and that includes me, the district engineer. I'll let the attorneys speak for themselves, but I do not believe they prefer obstructions, and that's why the policy exists. This is a very limited application of a waiver, and that summarizes everything I had to think about and present to you. We don't particularly like waivers or obstructions, but if they are to be allowed, and if they aren't causing a problem currently, then a waiver could be obtained.
So when the waiver is obtained, does that form part of the permit, so that specifically people understand that when they receive the permit, that they're acknowledging that they may have to remove any obstructions within 60 days?
That's a good comment. I believe that we should either make that part of the permit, or I had mentioned something to Frank earlier about a hold harmless, but it could be put into a permit condition. Of course, for maintenance of an existing driveway, there is not a permit. They're allowed to maintain their driveway, but if we notice that we might want to put them on some type of written notice that is like a non-conforming use, it has to be removed at some point.
Yes.
Okay, I think we need an addition in here. It says all obstructions must be removed by the landowner within 60 days of notice by the district for road retrofits, a new Millings Road, and for a new paved road. I think we should also put in there a swale retrofit, because there may be situations, with a swale retrofit, in most cases, you want the obstructions removed in a swale retrofit. This was to address that, if you have obstructions somewhere else and somebody comes in for a driveway permit, it's not interfering with the ability to put the driveway in, not interfering necessarily with the drainage at that time, that you could still issue the driveway permit. Right now, the way that our policy reads, they can't.
Yeah, I put the swale maintenance in as being able to be qualified for the waiver, and
No, I know, but right here where you're saying 60 days notice of notification by the district, I just realized that it's saying for road retrofits, a new Millings Road, and for a paved road. But if we're doing a swale retrofit, we might want to give them 60 days notice as well.
I say we can move the swale maintenance, which Jason called swale retrofit, up to that category. Yes, I'm agreeing.
Okay. I think there's a difference between the swale retrofits and the swale maintenance, but maybe I'm just like the swale retrofits does the whole street.
The term I used was maintenance, and Jason said retrofit. I can change that word as well.
Okay. Jason, I saw you had your hand up.
All right, yes. So swale retro is a term we started using last year.
Mm-hmm.
So swale retro is we're going down both sides and we're digging it out. So maintenance could be we just have a high spot and we're going in and take care of that high spot, and that's all we have to do in that particular area. So retro is more like we're doing the entire road, the entire swale, but we're not touching the driveway, pipes, or the road. So maintenance is just that. We're going to a specific address or 2 addresses, but not doing the whole road.
Right.
And one thing I wanted to add for the permit, a lot of permits, especially now with new homes, that's our opportunity to have them remove all the obstructions, because the Palm Beach County Building Department looks for us to sign inside the permit box. That tells the Palm Beach County inspector that Indian Trail is happy and with the drive, and we're happy with the swale. So if we give them 60 days, it may end up kind of messing the homeowner up on their inspections. or, we're not going to be able to sign off really. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
So,
It's two different things, Jason.
well, for the new
they're
drive,
for the new drive, when they're coming for their permit, you can still require that. It's in the situation where you've got an existing homeowner that comes for a driveway permit that's being denied because they've got an obstruction around the corner.
okay, so that's going to be different than the permit that a new home is pulling for a drive?
Right, because the new home, you're looking at the whole swale and making sure that all of the swale and driveway permits, all of that is working, right, on a new home.
All they pull with Indian Trail is a driveway permit.
Right.
So part of that driveway permit is the homeowner, whether it's a new home or an existing home, that homeowner is addressing any obstructions or addressing the tire swale.
Right.
So whether it's new or existing.
So whoever it is, right, they would come to the district and request a waiver, right? And I agree that in a new home, it should be completely clear and cleaned out. There are situations where we have existing homeowners that are being denied permits for their driveway for really silly things, and all because we have a policy 0 tolerance of any obstructions, but we're not doing anything with the drainage. It's not really obstructing the drainage, and until we actually are doing something on that road, it doesn't necessarily make sense to make them, rip all those things out when it's not even affecting the purpose that they came in the first place. What it does.
Betty, let me revise the policy to address 2 items. I will separate swale retros and swale maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
And I will separate a new driveway for an existing home that has driveways and versus, in other words, additional driveway versus a driveway for a new home.
Right. So
they're 2 different categories.
So I would think that as a district, we don't want to, if we're a new home, new construction, we don't want to be issuing a waiver. But for existing homes, that's where we're running into some problems, and it seems unnecessary.
I can fix that.
Okay.
That's why I'm talking tonight. I want this kind of feedback.
Right. Does that make sense, Jason?
Yes, that makes sense. However, the one thing that we're currently doing as a practice is anytime that we go to a road for an issue or something's reported as far as an obstruction, we're addressing it at that time. So if someone's pulling a permit and we're inspecting that swell, we're just following our practices. Since we're there, we're inspecting it, we're noticing obstruction. Right now, that's how we're working with homeowners to try to clear the swales. So we would have to discuss that business practice as well.
Well, again, Jason, we're not out looking for problems unless it's a problem. And so I think what the direction from the board was when we had this very detailed discussion about obstructions was that we had to go to a 0 tolerance policy when you're doing work on a road. So anytime that you come, it wasn't so that you go out looking for, we're not code enforcement. We're not going out looking for problems. We've got enough problems to deal with now as it is. So we're trying to find a way so that we can work with existing homeowners. They don't have to remove those obstructions until it is a problem, but it's become a problem because they apply for a permit. They're doing the right thing. They're coming in for a driveway permit, and then they're being told that the permit can't be issued because of something that really is not even, doesn't even seem related. It will become a problem in the particular property that I'm talking about. That will become a problem when that road retro gets done, which we don't know when we're doing that, right? So, but when that retro gets done, the resident understands, and in a case-by-case situation, I think that's the kind of thing that you as staff and Burgess will be looking at, whether or not a waiver should be granted, and making sure that the resident understands what the obstructions are. And if in this case, the one that I'm thinking of, when we know that in the next year or 2 that road retro is going to be done and it is going to need to be moved, then they know that that's when they have to have it done by then. So basically that gives the homeowner a couple of years, or, 6 months or 7 months, whatever, to move those obstructions. They don't have to do it just to get a permit for a driveway.
Okay, that's fine. I understand that. So that makes it clear for staff. And just
Yeah.
to bring back to that point, staff is just following the policy that's laid out there.
No, I
consistently.
understand. And
So that
Yeah.
just I just want to let everyone know we're not picking anyone out. We're just
no,
following
no.
the policy
And I've said to you before, a lot of times we set policy, we make changes to the policy, and then there's unintended consequences. And this has become one of those unintended consequences. When we went to that zero tolerance, then other problems have come to the surface. And so this is also to make your job a little bit easier, right?
Thank you.
I see that Joni has her hand up.
Well, sorry, I had on mute. I'm a little confused by this, and it sounds like, I remember we went through this last year. It was a huge discussion. We had a zero tolerance thing. You thought particularly about this, about the trees. So I'm surprised to see this coming back like this. And it sounds like this is opening up more waivers. I don't think, to me, this doesn't sound like it is going to be.
We don't have any waiver process right now, Joni.
Okay. So isn't this going to open up a whole can of worms for Jason and his crews?
No, I think with the clarifications that Jay has just said he's going to make. Burgess, do you want to address that?
Yes, thank you. So again, this was brought forward because we had issues where homeowners were not able to have their driveway permit approved because a fence or maybe rock, or not rock, but a fence was like 16 inches into our right of way. It really wasn't necessarily interfering with any of the water flow, wasn't interfering with our ability to maintain that swale. And we had no plans to do any type of road retros or swale retros or any significant swale maintenance. So what we're trying to do here is create a system where we want people to pull those permits. We want to know where the driveways are. We don't want people to install illegal driveways, and we have a record of all that. And in cases where somebody has a very unusual circumstance, it gives us the ability to say, we're going to approve the driveway, but understand when we come through to do any type of major maintenance or retro fit of the swale or roadway, we're going to require you to remove that obstruction. What I'm trying to do from my perspective is we don't want to be like what we're seeing in Loxahatchee Groves, where all these different driveways or other types of access points were put in and there's no record of it, and there's a delineation with right of way. We're nowhere near what Loxahatchee Groves is like, but I just want to make sure that we make it as easy and as comfortable or convenient as we can for a homeowner that's been here for a while, that's had a fence that somebody else built back in the 1980s, that they can get a secondary driveway, and we still eventually will have that obstruction removed whenever we go through for a retrofit.
Okay.
So I don't know if that addresses.
And these are this waiver is not going to be used on canals ever. This
No.
is only for driveways.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I ask another question while I have you?
Yes.
I had brought up a while ago, like last year, that the temporary driveways that the construction people were putting in were not permitted and then seemed to be lasting forever. And there was one in particular that was called by a neighbor, and it was code enforcement from the county was called on it, and they didn't know what to do. And
I'm glad you brought that up, Joni, because I actually, when I was reading that and then we got sidetracked, but that is, do we
That was-
not require a permit for temporary?
we don't do it, and I thought,
should.
right, we need to. Can we add that to
Why,
this?
why is it that we don't require a permit for a temporary driveway?
We do.
We
That's
do.
That's part of the policy, yes.
Because I was told recently from a resident that they were, when they called Indian Trail, they were told they did not need a permit for a temporary driveway culvert.
I've had the same thing. And
Yeah.
I talked to Rob about it a while
You had the
ago.
same thing, Tim?
Yeah, because I had the same issue on my street. In fact, Jason had to come and remove the culvert, like the dirt, like 3 times because we were getting flooded out. And they told me there's no permit required. Jason didn't tell me that, don't get me wrong.
Right.
I've always been told they're not required.
Well, that's something we'll address with the frontline staff to make sure it's very clear what the policy states.
Yeah, because the problem, we're going into wet season and you've
Yep.
got these temporary culverts that have been put out there. We've got people, Rob and Jason are very familiar with the people that are using their lots to dump stuff on, and they're blocking the culverts and causing havoc throughout the district. So,
The existing policy is very clear. It says that all driveways within the district must be permitted. And that's one of the listed driveway culverts. So it's very clear that it is required.
Jason, I see your hand is up.
New construction.
Joni, Jason, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So yes, let me get clarification then, because it's my understanding from reading the policy that a temporary drive, which is dirt, they're required to have at least an 8-inch diameter temporary pipe. But if you look at the actual permit sheet itself, it does not list that on there. So the way we've been treating it and the way staff historically has treated it is that they don't actually have to come in and pull a permit. The one thing I would definitely suggest is put a time limitation on how long you can have a temporary permit in place. Because like Joni just referred to, it can stay there forever.
Right.
The major problem is when they don't put a pipe in and they just fill it with dirt. That's then illegal. It's not temporary. They're just dumping dirt in our swale and we have to dig it out.
So Jay, you're saying it is in our policy. Was it always in our policy, or is this a new amendment that you've added here that a temporary?
I'd have to go back through it, but we list the 7 different categories on the very first page. It says all driveways within the district must be permitted. And that is one of the listed driveways. They go up to the first page, right there.
And if they get it, is it a separate fee if you have a temporary driveway culvert? Is it you have to pay for the same fee all over again to get the permanent in, or is it one fee? How is that done?
I do not have a copy of the application in front of me, and Jason, are you familiar with it enough to answer that question?
Yes, it's actually not listed on the application. All the other types of culverts, there's a checkbox for each different type, except for temporary drives. The way I understood it and staff is that a temporary drive does not require a permanent application, but it does require an 8-inch diameter culvert, and it should be temporary, but it doesn't define what temporary is as far as duration.
Well,
We need to fix that.
yeah, I was just gonna say, we'll fix that tomorrow.
And what is your recommendation in terms of, I would think that you want them to pay for the temporary driveway culvert, and then when they come in for the final permanent driveway, that they get some credit for that temporary, but that they're not having to pay the full fee all over again. I mean, well, how do you do that? Because how are you going to babysit, if you put 60 days, let's say, for a temporary driveway culvert, how are you going to babysit that?
Well, number one is 60 days long enough
I'm just using that as an example.
Okay, so if we did it, I don't know. The way I look at it is we're going out there, we're processing and inspecting that temporary driveway culvert to ensure that it meets what the policy states. And then to make sure it's being removed. And then whenever a new driveway, driveway is being installed, then we're still having to go out there and inspect and ensure it's being done correctly.
Well, and for the permanent, we also shoot elevations and all that, right?
I believe so. Jason, do the zone chiefs do that?
Yeah, absolutely. For the permanent, they stake out the entire swale and they stake out where the pipe is going to go, where the owner locates it, and they tell them what the elevation should be. If they're doing concrete drive, we also do form board inspection. So it's pretty comprehensive and it's all spelled out on the application form, all except for the temporary drive part.
I mean, unfortunately, that's the cost of doing business. I mean, if you go to the county or to a city and you look at the amount of fees that you pay to build the house, this is like peanuts.
Well, and we're not making money off this. We're just trying to make sure that
to cover costs. Yep.
Right. So for it, but I just think when you guys are looking at this policy, if you can look at a way that you're incentivizing people to come in and get the temporary driveway culvert, but understanding that you're not having to do as much work on a temporary driveway culvert because we're not going out and inspecting and doing elevations and all that kind of thing.
I do have a question though for legal. I guess Mary or Frank. So
are they still here? I haven't even seen them all night or heard from them.
Yeah, it's been an easy night for them, right? But my question is this. So using the example that Mr. Sayre and Jason were talking about earlier, where somebody put in just dirt and filled in a swale, and then we had to go out there 2 or 3 times to dig it out. How can we get reimbursed for that work? Because I know in the past he said we don't have a lot of teeth, but we should be able to get reimbursed for that.
Yeah, we can invoice them through up to double the cost.
But how do we enforce? How do we make sure it gets enforced if they don't pay it?
If it's a fine and they're not paying for it, can't we refuse to issue the permit?
Yeah, I just want to make sure because.
Well,
Mary, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
For if they obstruct that area, then under 298.66, that statute, that's an obstruction, we could give them a notice, say that they need to remove the obstruction. If not, we have the right to go in and remove it. And we're technically entitled to triple damages. And it could also be could be reported to the sheriff.
So for the board then, for someone that does that, can we go for the triple and just get the word out that we're not going to put up with that anymore?
Well, you're allowed to under the statute,
Well, I know we're allowed to, but is there any board concern about doing that?
The only concern I would have is that we're properly notifying them, giving them an opportunity. And I know that Jason and Rob have gone out of their way to reach some of these developers and land clearing companies to address them repeatedly doing this throughout the district. And they really push the envelope. So, I mean, Jason, do you want to? Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, well, land development and clearing companies, I have no sympathy for them whatsoever.
No,
they should, they're a business. They should know the rules. Homeowner, maybe they wouldn't, but your typical run-of-the-mill property owner or homeowner may not know that, and that's what that notice is for. But I'm just curious how the board feels about that.
Mary, I see your hands up, and then I've got Tim and Joni.
Oh, okay, well, I can take mine down. I'm sorry.
Okay, Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I have no problem with the triple on land clearing companies, et cetera. The other thing is that if they don't pay it, I think we need to include something that most of the times when they're clearing the lots, they're getting them ready for sale so the house can be built on them. And if we have a fee that hasn't been paid, then no permit should be issued for any driveway they have until that permit, till that fee that we fine, is the better way to say it, the fine has been paid. And I think that should be included in our policy. Now, the other problem that I have is that the reason we went to a zero tolerance policy was because all we heard was favoritism every time anybody came in. I understand why you would like to do the policy the way it's been kind of outlined, but we need to add swale retrofits that Betty had mentioned back into the, it must be cleared, no exceptions. Swale retrofits, everything's got to be cleaned, whether it's a fence, a tree, a rock, whatever it is, it's got to be taken out of there, moved out of the way so it can be done. If you're okay with dealing with this once it's rewritten by Jay, the way Jay suggested, so that it addresses each thing, then I'll be okay with that. But I'd like to go back and be rewritten and include the policy where we triple the fee against the people that we have to remove. We also have to have the right, which I think we do, to remove it immediately, especially like when streets are flooding and they've put these in near the ends of the street.
Yeah.
And you can't run, and people bards are backing up into their driveways and stuff.
Yeah, and we shouldn't have to wait to warn them. They should have known better. In most cases, it is the land clearing companies and the builders that are doing this and trying to get away with it. Go ahead, Burgess.
Yeah, just for clarification, as Jay stated at the beginning, we are not asking for approval tonight. We're just asking for some general direction and the type of input that all of you've been providing, so we can go back and write it and then have Mary and Frank legally clear it so we can bring it back for approval by the board. So you don't have to worry about approving it tonight.
No, I wasn't worried. I was just giving my feedback on it.
And I agree that with respect to, we already have it in chapter 298. We already have it in our easements that are registered that say no obstructions, but I don't think it hurts to actually add it to the policy, and that it's very clear when people go to our website to find out about driveway permits, why they should get a driveway permit is because, you know, if you don't get a driveway permit and we have to remove it, that it's going to cost you double the cost or triple the cost, whatever.
Sure.
Mary, you wanted to say something?
Yes, and I think that's what we need to do is we absorb the comments from the board tonight. We can come back for the to give you the final policy. I do just want to say, just because somebody's in the lot clearing business or whatever, I think we have to be careful treat everybody equally. So
well, absolutely. Okay. We just, yeah.
I know that we know that, but just in case.
Yeah. Tim, did you have anything, or can I lower your hand?
I got it. I'll take it then. There we go.
Okay, Joni, you're next.
So if we require every driveway, temporary or permanent, to be permitted through the district, wouldn't this solve that problem? You wouldn't have to go out and I mean, the land clearers and the developers are gonna have to abide by that rule.
Yes.
And would create.
Yes, but the point is that they're not, and even if we change the policy, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to follow it. So in the event that they don't follow it, if we make it very clear, yeah.
Right, that they will be triple charged, absolutely. But I think we definitely should be permitted in making temporary driveways have to be permitted, because that's how a lot of these half, driveways are existing out here. They did it. It's been out here for years, and they're like, oh, it's been here for 20 years. Nobody ever bothered me about it. So
yeah,
and then made track of where there are actually driveways going in.
Yeah, I think that the fee should be different for the temporary driveway because we don't have the same amount of work to do for a temporary driveway. So I think we just let staff work that out and bring it back to us next month.
that sounds like a great idea.
Is that clear as mud for you, Jay and Burgess and Jason?
I have plenty to go on.
Crystal,
Jason?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. All right, so I think we can move on to the next thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, Jay. Okay, so now we're on to 7.9, and this is Jason Lester, the purchase of the John Deere boom mower.
actually,
Okay,
yep.
go ahead.
Oh, Burgess,
No,
go ahead,
I
I'm
was gonna
sorry.
say, if Jason wants to do, I actually had Rob prep to do it, but Jason can do it. It's fine.
Oh, I
Go
just
ahead,
saw that
Rob.
it says from
Yeah,
Jason,
no, it's
so.
from Jason, but it's fine. Jason can do it. It's all right.
Okay. Okay, we are bringing this to the board to consider, correct, Burgess, is to consider for further discussion tonight?
No, it's to consider the purchase of it.
Okay,
The John Deere, yes.
okay. I'll just read off of the memo here. So the background on this, as most of the board is aware and a lot of the residents out here, Indian Trail has several major conveyance canals that are currently not accessible due to either large trees or heavy vegetation or potential loss of bank. So over the last 2 years, we've taken action where we've actually done some major canal reclamation work, just so we can be able to get into these canal easements and make them accessible to storm response activities, to remove debris from canals, and also perform the necessary maintenance activities like bank erosion repair, shoal removal that you have to do, mowing, etc. So recently, we did 4 major canal reclamation projects. I have them listed there. I don't know if you could see what they are, but I'll just briefly say them. So it was E Canal at pump station number 4 over just west of 120th. E Canal at 78th, just west of Grapeview. H Canal at 83rd, it was just west of Banyan. And G Canal at 82nd, just east of Grapeview. So all those were quarter-mile stretches, and they all took approximately a month and a half to 2 months of our staff's time to go in and clear those canals, restore the banks. And the reason they got in that condition was because of lack of maintenance, lack of cutting back trees, lack of mowing. So we've done all that work, and we want to have a resource to be able to maintain those canals. So to properly maintain these restored canals and other canal and road easements, a machine is required with the capability to cut back vegetation beyond 20 feet. So Indian Trail currently has boom mowers, but the largest boom mower that we have, they reach 20 feet. So it's not quite what we need to do a full cutback. If you all drive around on some of the roads, look at the sidewalks, you can see where we're cutting back the vegetation. So what that means is like tree limbs, overhead branches. You could see where the limitations of our reach is in the tree canopies. So we need something with more of a reach. So this Maverick boom mower actually has 30-foot reach. We put some information out there in 3.6 in the weekly update. We also had Everglades Farm Equipment and a rep from Alamo meet us on the M1 Canal on 2/20 of this year. They did a demonstration, and that demonstration showed us that the Maverick can reach the banks and tree lines that we cannot currently maintain. So it's got the capability to cut back the M1, the MO, so they can reach all the way to the water line, and you'll see that on some of the pictures following. So right now, if you go down the MO canal, there's a lot of little pine trees, things that are sprouting up that have been removed in the past. that we're unable to maintain because we can't reach them with the mower. So this will help us with that. This mow deck of the Maverick also has the capability to safely and routinely cut limbs up to 5-inch diameter. So it can cut actually larger limbs for us. So the fiscal impact of this is $193,000, and that's the Florida Sheriff's price. That's also attached. The 2008 MW9 that we just surplused, that mower had over 10,000 hours and needed a new transmission. So this would replace that while also giving us new capability to maintain some of those tree lines, do the cutbacks and the canals. So the pictures you see on the slide right now, that's just the Maverick reaching out. It's actually able to cut those large tree limbs. It can mulch them up as well. It's got a flap on the mow deck that comes open, so you can actually go directly into the tree. They have YouTube videos that I put out there. I don't know if anybody's watched them, but it could actually make a tree look like a hedge. It can go back and forth and maintain where everything actually looks manicured. The photo, if you scroll down a little bit, Scarlett, the photo right there, that's our M1 canal. So that just shows you its capability. That was when they came out back in February. It can reach all the way to the water line, no matter what time of year it is. A better picture, if we could have got them to take it out to MO or some other areas, there's no way we can reach it with any of our machines, but this thing can reach it. And there's a couple brochures on the following pages. But what I could also do is I could see if they can come out and do another demo. The board would like to see it in action. I do know it's an investment, but we have a lot of canals out here that were not maintained because NETRL does not have the capability to maintain them. So this would give us that capability. So does anybody have any questions or comments?
So Jason, is it still able to work on the smaller canals, or it'll only work on the big canals?
Well, with this machine, it's pretty cool. It'll actually reach out in front. It can reach out directly behind. It can reach out directly above it. So it can reach out 30 feet with its telescopic boom, but it also can reach really close to the wheelbase and directly in front. So it does have a wider wheelbase, but it still can mow the smaller canals. But we already have smaller side booms that would be better for those smaller canals. This would be better suited for the areas that we can't cut back, so we can stay on top of the easements that we're losing due to encroaching trees, the large Australian pines, the ficus trees, acacias, and the things that are growing from people's properties onto Indian Trail banks that are blocking us out.
Okay, and then just to confirm, this was in the budget this year to replace the boom mower that we knew needed to be replaced, right?
I can let Burgess or Jose or Rob talk about that. We did have money budgeted. I believe it was for 2 smaller boom mowers. And I think collectively it was 200,000, but I don't know if Burgess or Jose has that budget number.
We did not have an item budgeted specifically for this type of model, but talking with Jason and with Rob, and then hearing some of the concerns from different board members, I asked them to go out and try to find equipment that would help them actually achieve the goals that we have to get the MO, the M1 better maintained, especially down at the water line, because we're having the smaller trees. And while we will send ABC in to do the herbicide control, we want to be able to maintain it better and stay ahead of all of that. So this particular item, no, it was not, but we do have enough money budgeted to bring it forward to the board. And that's why I'm doing it now, tonight.
So with respect to the what we did put in the budget, because I do remember seeing boom mowers in the budget. I remember discussing it last year. What is the plan with those other boom mowers? Are we still planning on moving forward with those, or this is to substitute that?
This is to substitute for those because this will have better reach, and then not in the upcoming fiscal year, but we'll revisit whether or not we need to add more mowers in fiscal year 22, or to replace any of the current mowers that we have, depending on the hours or maintenance related issues with them.
Okay, and one last question I have is, will this also help us with those major east-west canal restoration projects we're going to be doing?
I'll let Jason or Rob.
So this can cut some smaller vegetation, so anything up to 5 inches in diameter. Some of those major conveyance canals do have full-grown trees on them, and we have to restore some of those canal banks. So we could use it in areas where we can get in, but the majority of that work's actually going to be removing trees and the roots and making the bank wider than it actually is, because a lot of that bank's already gone, not gone completely, but either overdug or eroded over time, and with lack of access, we have to get in there and remove all those trees, all that vegetation, completely re-slope the bank and restore a nice 15-foot top of bank so we can maintain it. And once it gets to that point, this will be able to maintain it in that condition.
Okay, do we have any questions from the board members?
Me.
Go ahead, Joni.
I remember, right, we had it budgeted for the 2, and this one has a much bigger reach, because when I looking at it in the book, I was like, oh, I remember this, and this one is awesome and looks amazing. I would like to own one myself, because I live next to an open, empty lot, and this would be like the thing that I love to clear the lot with. But it is expensive. Is there any way to pay for it in a different manner, monthly or in some other plan? That was my question for Jason.
I'll let Burgess take that one.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, we don't really have any plans to lease this one. While it is expensive, what I'm really hoping to do long-term is in the future fiscal years, whenever we want to buy equipment, and this is something I really have not had an opportunity to speak to all the board members about, but what I'd like to do is be able, and I've talked a little bit with Jose about it, but is to put them all together into one package and then go to different banks and get competitive rates and then pay it back that way, and not necessarily have the lease rates that you get through Caterpillar or through John Deere or Alamo or whoever the company may be with the banking industry, and take a look at it that way, because I think that will give us maximum cash flow. And right now, moving in the future with the rates where they are. But we
okay,
don't have time to go
I
out
have
to do
to.
that. Yeah,
I have to interrupt. Sorry, it's 3 minutes to 11, so I need a motion to extend the meeting for a half an hour. I think we need at
I'll
least.
make a motion to extend for 30 minutes to 11:30.
Okay, so motion made by Tim,
I second.
seconded by Joni. Can you call a roll call vote, please, Scarlett? And then I'd like you to scroll down too. I'd like to see more of beyond this picture.
Okay. Betty Argue,
Yes.
Jenny Martin,
Yes.
Michael Johnson,
Yes.
Tim Sayer.
Yes.
All right, passes.
Thank you.
Unanimous.
Can you scroll to the numbers on this memo? I think it's probably back, actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
back,
I think
back.
up to the front or the top. Sorry.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, there's a quote down below too, Scarlett. You scroll down.
Down?
Oh, it says fiscal impact right there. That's what I want to look at, actually.
Okay.
But I can't read that. Can you zoom
Yeah,
in?
can you zoom in?
Mm.
If you go to the top there where it says 52% in the center, there you go. You might want to zoom in just to 100.
So just to clarify, how much did we have in the budget for the other boom mowers that we're not going to be buying? Do we know that?
I'll have to, I don't know that off the top of my head.
That's fine.
Yep.
Give me 30
Rob
seconds,
actually
I'll find
has.
it.
Rob?
Yes, it was my understanding that the two would have been $75,000 a piece for a total of 150. That's what we had set aside going into budget from last year.
Okay. And we have the amount in our budget with respect to, as I recall, we had amounts budgeted for the canal reclamations anyway, and we haven't really spent a lot of money on canal reclamations this year besides the projects that you guys have done there, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Did you have anything else to add, Rob? I see your hands up.
Now, let me put it back down, but just to circle back around on that, it's going to be a good piece for maintenance. As Burgess and Jason had stated earlier, especially down on the M&O Canal, the portion that is west of M1, there's a very deep canal. We're starting to get some pine tree growth on that. We don't have anything that can reach all the way down to the end, and this will be a good tool to get all this vegetation out of there and not have to rely on a chemical means to treat that.
Okay. Thank you. So do we have any other questions or someone ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. We buy a 30-foot rope and a hatchet. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
We allow them to purchase this piece of equipment.
Okay, so motion to approve the as recommended by the board or by the staff. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Joni seconds. Can you please call the roll call vote, Scarlett?
Betty Argue,
Yes, ma'am.
Jenny Martin,
Yes.
Michael Johnson,
Yes.
Tim Sayer.
Yes.
All right, vote is unanimous.
I think Mary
And
raised her hand.
I see Mary has her
Yes.
hand raised, yes, and we don't have any public comment.
Nothing on Facebook.
Yeah,
I
so
just-
is that what you're asking, Mary? Mary? Mary?
Nodded her head, yes.
Okay.
Nothing more. That was my comment.
That's what I thought, but we have no more attendees and there's no chat, yeah. Okay, so let's move on to the next item, please, Scarlett. And who's up?
Excuse me. I believe this is actually regarding the purchase of the milling machine. If you want Rob to do it or Jason can do it as well.
It's up to you, sir.
We'll let Rob do it since he's had it fairly easy.
Yeah, he finished this one up so I can go to bed. Back in January, it was directed by the board to look at the purchase of a second milling head to complement the Bobcat we were purchasing at that time. This is that mill head. We had looked at several different options to try and get a wider head so we could boost our productivity, be able to get more roads done. But the fact of the matter, and we even had one contractor come out and did a demonstration. But as it turns out, the best bang for the buck is this 40-inch miller. They call it a planer. It's the most cost effective. While it only does a 40-inch pass, it's very cost effective compared to the other units out there that start in the hundreds of thousands and just go up from that. Yes, I do realize we have a number of roads to do, but until we can really justify the purchase of a $600,000 machine, given all the other constraints, I believe this is the best option that we have. And with the other Bobcat, it will be able to run this with a high flow as well as the two other that are currently in the fleet. So we'll have a total of 3. And as Scarlett just pulled up, the Florida Sheriff's quote on that is $239,600. I'm sorry, $22,396.84.
22,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's way past that time.
I know. I have a question, and I support this, as you know. But we have our R2 roads that are coming up in 2021 that are going to need to be milled and repaved. Have we taken an inventory on those roads and kind of done an estimate on what the cost would be? And would there be a cost saving? Like at that time that we had to do that, would it be justified to buy one of those bigger machines, the $600,000 machine?
I'm glad you brought that up. During the walkthrough today at the park with Ranger, I brought that up and we were talking about mill and overlay. He was asking me what other projects we had coming up. And I told him we do have several miles of road. At this point in time, yes, we do have, and I don't remember off the top of my head how many that I believe it was 2.5 miles that we were going to do with our current budget. Until we get into full scale road production, it would be more cost effective to figure this into the contract amount, to have a paving contractor come in and just do the milling. But we will specify that when they do the milling, that we keep the byproduct from the millings to use on other roads.
If they're clean enough, right?
Well, we're going to make sure they're clean enough. There could be our roads. Now, certain roads such as we'll be able to take the first layer off. One that comes to mind is Tangerine between 140th and Avocado. That road's going to have to, be completely ripped up. That's not going to be a mill and overlay because we need to do substrate inspection on that and determine why we have settling also at the far end of it. But to go back to your original statement, at this point in time, with the scale that we have,
I think we just, Rob, I think we have more than 2.5 miles under the R2 road plan. So I just want you guys to be talking about this, Jay, in the R2 road plan. And we don't have a lot of time to be talking about it right now, but I know that we've got a lot of roads to redo under the R2 coming up in 21, and we have some money put away. What I'm wondering is if we were to package the whole R2 repaving project, would there be a cost savings to the district if we actually did the millings and purchased the machine? So I just want you guys to keep that in the back of your mind because this is something we need to start planning for in this next year or so.
Yes, ma'am. And what I referenced, the 2.5 miles was, I know there's far more than that in the R2, but it's what we currently have in that GL account set aside. And
right.
Once again, I'm just going off the top of my head from what we've been putting in there the last 3 years to build this back up. It would equate to about 2.5 to 3 miles worth of road.
Right, right.
Oh.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
So do we have a motion to approve the purchase of this milling machine?
I'll make the motion.
Tim makes the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Joni seconds. Can you please call the roll call vote, Scarlett?
Betty Argue,
Yes, ma'am.
Jenny Martin,
Yes, thank you.
Michael Johnson,
Yes.
Tim Sayer.
Yes.
All right, it was unanimous.
And just for the record, are there any public comments on Facebook Live? There are no attendees, no chat comments.
Yeah, there's nothing on Facebook. I was just looking.
Yeah, okay, thank you, sir. All right, so let's move on to the next thing, please, Scarlett.
This is the district boundary signs.
Okay, so I sent out an email to the board members that had a link to what the, so let me just explain a little bit more about how those signs were made. It's a type of board that has, it's one color, and then the center, the inside core of the board is a different color. And they use a CNC machine to etch out the design, which is what our current sign is. And the design is already done. What Mike's office told me was that we could easily, just scroll down, scroll back a little bit, Scarlett, scroll back to the acreage sign. What they told me is that we could easily change the text and we could easily substitute the palm trees that are in the center there and put our logo there without a lot of design change. If we want to change the design of what is up above, we would have to tell them, or any of it, if we want to change the overall design of it, we would have to tell them what we want, and they would have to quote what the design charges are going to be. The whole point of this was to simplify the process and move forward. My recommendation, and wanted to have a mock-up, but I wasn't able to get it done, and wasn't able to get Mike's office to get it done in time because the fella that's responsible for it was away. But the bottom line is that we would put the Indian Trail in the center, welcome to Indian Trail, and underneath it would be Improvement District, just like what Burgess did for the signs for the park. And then we would have the rural equestrian community, substitute the where the palm trees are with our logo. The colors, when you scroll down, Scarlett, to where those colors are that are available, I think the reason why they chose the tan and the green is when you see the colors that are available, scroll down a little bit more. The standard colors are on the right-hand side there, and you can see that there's not really a lot of, I think, options. So I just wanted you guys to see that that's why I think the board previously selected that tan and green in addition to it's consistent with other signs that are in the area, like the Loxahatchee Grove sign, yada, yada, yada. But we really need board direction on, or you know, do we really want to redesign this whole sign? Do we really want to change the colors? Or can we simplify this process and stay with the same colors and just make those few changes that I just talked about up above? Because if we're going to redesign, we're going to pay charges for a whole redesign layout. And I don't know how much that's going to cost. So that's really, we were going to take this off because we didn't have a mock-up to bring to the board, which we said we were going to, but I really just wanted to get your direction. I wanted to share this information with you and get your direction on this. And go ahead, Burgess.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know Mr. Sayre has his hand raised, but if Scarlett, can you let me share the screen real quick? I have some mock-ups. They're not perfect. So, and
no, that's fine.
A little off. So just
Burgess, I know you were on vacation and you deserve to take vacation, and I didn't want you to be stressed out about it, but I thought because it seems that, you know, there was some difference of opinions, I wanted to get feedback from the board with respect to knowing after I talked with Canvas designer, what they said in terms of, you know, they have no problem making those text changes and substituting, but as soon as we do an overall design change, that is going to change the cost because they've got to redo their whole CNC design, right?
Yep. Yeah. So I just tried to do some quick, simple, but things where we did remove some of that stuff, but it's different. You know, I mean, you can't.
I like that.
You guys can see there's like probably, I don't even know, like 20 different layers here, but so again, I can play with what they have and remove some of that stuff at the top if that helps them. Because I have the base, I don't have it open right now. I just have been working on. So because it seemed like everybody wanted the horse to be a more prominent, so I thought just put the horse and the bird and all that stuff at the bottom. So, but if it's going to be a big design change with the vendor, then it's not a big deal. So, and I did not put an outline here. I just didn't have time to line it up properly, but you know, or we could do something like that. And I just play with the word nature because it really should be rural. So I just try to do some different things like that with the slash pine, you know, but again, we can certainly.
I kind of like the first one. I like that one. I'd change up the you know, where the wording and everything is going.
Oh yeah, this is just a mock-up. It's not to scale, and some things are not. They're not like perfectly centered and lined up. I mean, I'm not a graphic artist at that level, so.
No, but you did a good job with that for a short period of time. And I just want to say I don't like the blue.
No, I just used the blue because it was easy, because the logo and stuff was in blue, and it just made it easier to keep everything so it wouldn't look so mix match, because I knew it could only be 2 base colors. So I just used the blue because it was much simpler than changing everything up. So
right. Okay.
The colors scheme doesn't matter to me.
Right. Right.
I just wanted to mock up. So. Yeah.
Okay, Tim, I see your hands up.
Burgess, you didn't receive the mock-up I did that I sent you?
Yeah, I did. So.
Well, I'm surprised not to see it.
I can probably pull it up here on my screen here if you want.
Because I took a rural and equestrian community and wrapped it across the top at the top and made it larger. And I moved the Indian Trail Improvement District down, and I added a horse near the top too. If you have it, I can't share. I don't have it on this computer I'm on.
Yeah, let me stop sharing. Let me find it real quick so you don't have to.
Okay, so while you're doing that, I'll get Joni's comments. Joni?
I want to see the other one too.
Well, did you have, do you have a comment on?
I like the top part of the one that Burgess redid. I think anything I don't want to go with the old sign. I think I've made that clear already. I don't think there's going to be that much difference in what it would cost to do a new sign, and use colors that we would all agree on and a look that we would agree on. So I definitely like, what Burgess started to do. I agree with the blue is not what we want to do either, but I like the look of it better.
So did you look at the color choices? Because there's really not.
I did.
Huh?
I did.
I don't like any of those other color combinations, to be honest with you.
And a white, which might look nice.
I do not like white.
It would be dark brown with like white or tan, but I don't particularly love this type of sign. I think we can actually find something much more interesting. And I don't think it's going to be, cost that much.
I took 5 minutes to do this one, and it's just a rough idea because I know we need.
So what does that look like, Tim, if you put the horse the same color? Because we can't have the different colors. So if you did it in green, the logo and the horse in green?
Yeah, I didn't do them. I can do them and take another 10 minutes to do that, but I can do it and I can do it over, but I just couldn't send it to any board members because we're going to vote on it. So
no, you can send it to everyone. You just cannot receive feedback back. You can send it to everyone but I like the direction that Burgess has gone in with the Indian Trail and being consistent with what we put on the sign at the park.
Yep.
So I think we should state with respect to welcome to, I think that should be, I don't know. I think we should kind of stay consistent with that and then have the welcome to maybe a different font, but
what's the sign for the park? I haven't seen what he did for the parks, so I don't know what you're actually referring.
Yeah, you did. It was last fall for the scoreboard.
Yeah. Do you have that?
Community.
It was what?
For the scoreboard that the AAL uses. Yeah, hold on.
At Acreage Community Park.
I understand what you're saying. I don't remember seeing it.
We saw it, but I don't remember it either, to be honest.
I mean, it's basically like this. It's just a horizontal, and then there's another one that has like the drainage parks or drainage roads parks. I don't know. I was just trying to balance it all out. That's why I put roadways, but I can't get to it because I have to stop sharing again.
And actually like that one that Tim did, if we could get rid of the bottom part of that sign.
No, I like the bottom part.
Yeah.
No, I like the bottom part. And
you like it, but I don't. There's going to be a difference of opinion from everybody.
yeah, I don't know why you're trying to modernize it, but I will point out that the last comment that you made at the last board meeting, there was actually a post on Facebook where people were commenting that they don't want a modern looking sign and they don't know what's the problem with what we've got. So
those are the people that you talk to on Facebook, but you don't talk to everybody. And
no, I didn't talk to them about it. They were posting about it during the meeting, Joni, and I received lots of feedback about it.
It doesn't have to be modern. It just, I don't think anybody.
That's what you said.
Forget about the word modern. We wanted to do something new. How about that? I've heard from a lot of people that they don't like that sign.
So what I wanted to get was a consensus from the board with respect to the color options. And I am not in favor of redesigning the whole sign in terms of shape and that's been approved by the county. We can change what's on the sign. I'm in favor of that. That's fine. As long as the board realizes there's going to be additional design costs by doing that. Obviously, if Burgess and or Tim are able to do the work and we're able to give the artwork and they can convert that to their CNC design standard, which I think is an SVG, Burgess.
Yeah, okay.
Then they would be able to, it's got to be a high resolution SVG with the clip art and everything. So if we can provide that to them, I think we'll have a cost savings for doing that. But I really would just like to simplify the process and simplify the sign, not complicate this.
So, yeah, I can't find it. So I got too many files.
Can you go back to the first one that you shared, Burgess? Because actually the first one that you shared is very similar to what you did on the sign for the Acreage Community Park.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to it now. So, yeah,
I'm with Joni. I don't like the green and green color.
So look at the other colors that are there, because the other colors are not a good choice, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's like a
yellow and black and red and
brown and tan.
Yeah.
There's more corporations that make the same stuff with other colors available. It's just because they deal with them, and you can buy a single piece.
When I asked them what our color choices were, that's what they sent me, Tim.
It's because they use that supplier, is what I'm saying.
I know, but when I said what are our choices, that's what they sent. So I can ask them if they have another supplier and we could have additional choices. But when I said what are our choices of colors, that's what they sent me.
Okay. Well,
and so that's why I think that the board originally went with the tan and green, because it's the least ugly of all of the choices, in my opinion.
Yep.
And we don't want to go with white or blue because that's Minto and people are not going to like that.
White would be a disaster.
Right.
White signs are a disaster from a maintenance standpoint. Let me ask you that. So just breaking it down. So the way that, do you want a running horse or do you want a standstill horse? Because I actually went back and tried to find something that signified, because I think it was Dixie or a couple other people wanted a quarter horse silhouette. So that is a quarter horse silhouette.
I like it.
Yeah. And then, so do you want the standing or do you want the running? It doesn't matter. I'll find either, you know.
I like this.
I'm fine with him standing too, because if he's running, I want his left front leg up and the other three touching.
Nice.
By the way, I'm going to make a motion in the
let's see one with the running. I like this horse. I don't love the way the bird is in the corner, but
I just basically copied that from the same scene. Yeah, because I tried not to alter it too much.
Tim, you're making a motion to extend the meeting?
30 minutes.
Okay, and do we have a second? Do we have a second? Okay.
All right. I'll make a second.
Hopefully we can wrap this up, but Scarlett, can you call the roll call vote?
Betty Argue?
Yes.
Jenny Martin?
Yes.
Michael Johnson?
Yes.
He fell asleep.
So can I just ask, could I like work individually with all of you and get your input and then try to mock something up and then work through Betty, through the vendor, and see what is possible? Because I think we'll be here till like 3 o'clock we're trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I agree.
So, yeah, and that way I can try to incorporate within what the parameters that we can do and that I can do with my limited skill set here, and then we can go from there. So if that's all right, because I know it's getting
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on then. Can we go back to the agenda? I think that's the last regular agenda item.
It was, yes.
Okay,
I believe
and
so.
I think the next item is,
Oh, hold on one second. Okay.
I think the
where'd it
next
go?
item is the consent agenda.
Public input.
Public input. Do we have any public input? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. Next item is the consent agenda. So can I have a motion to approve 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, 9.7, 9.8, and 9.9?
I'll make a
Motion
to approve.
Motion made by Joni. Seconded by,
Wasn't 9.9 removed?
9.9 was deleted.
oh, yes, sorry. But we still
okay.
need to approve it because it's on the consent agenda. I think, don't we, Mary?
No,
Not really.
deleted.
It
Okay.
was deleted.
But okay, I just think because we have, it's on the agenda, we have to acknowledge that it's on the agenda. But anyway, motion made by Joni, seconded by Michael. Roll call vote, please, Scarlett.
Betty Argue,
Yes.
Jenny Martin,
Yes.
Michael Johnson,
Yes.
Tim Sayer.
No.
Okay, it passes 3-1.
Okay, and then we're moving on to staff presentations.
Are you ready?
Tim, did you want to say why you're saying no? Is there something that you had an issue with?
No, ma'am, I have issues, but I have no reason to discuss them at this time. Thank you.
Okay. All right, number 10 is staff presentations, and that's Burgess.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to be as quick as possible. So first of all, I just want to thank the board. I know Ms. Hager had to go, but I really appreciate all the support over the past year from all of you. It's just been a great experience working here. I know we've had a lot of challenges, but I think we've hit them head on, and just want to credit the board for that. I also want to thank the staff here in the district. You guys really do have a great workforce, and it's very unusual to have such a wide-ranging, dedicated group of people that work for you. That's seems to be more and more uncommon in local government. So I just, again, want to thank everybody. And I think this next year is going to be phenomenal. I think we're going to be firing on all pistons if we can get away from COVID-19 and, knock on wood, stay away from any hurricanes hitting near us. We're going to get a lot accomplished. Just some quick cleanup items here. Right at the beginning of the COVID-19 epidemic or pandemic, we had shut down the park system, and Horses That Help had that extreme trail event scheduled. It was approved by the board. And unfortunately, because we shut down the parks, that had to be postponed. Since we reopened the parks, I did ask Liz and her team to reach out to Horses That Help, and they would like to reschedule the event for Sunday, July 12th, which doesn't interfere with any any other events that the district's having, it would be a good day to do it. We did make it very clear to the organizer that they would have to follow CDC guidelines. All the volunteers and participants that would be involved in the event, and there are ways where people can show up with within a certain time window to actually run the trail, so we don't have a bunch of people sitting around on the horses. So we will be bringing that back. Hoping that there won't be an issue with the board since it was already approved. All we're doing is just adapting it for the CDC guidelines.
Burgess, as
Yeah.
I understand it, the executive order from the governor still has not been amended to allow groups more than 10. And so I know that we're expecting him to come out with the order amending it to groups of 50 or more, or
Yes.
no more than 50, but that hasn't happened yet. And I know that
Yep.
he has specific concerns with respect to Palm Beach County. He did a news release or a press conference yesterday in Broward, where he specifically talked about how Broward and Miami is doing better than Palm Beach County, and he thinks that has to do with the social distancing and masks. He also has not approved the request from Palm Beach County to enter phase 2, which they have requested a week ago on Friday. So I'm a little bit concerned about approving an event so soon under those, with those considerations. So that's my only concern with that. Otherwise, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, and that's why we would have those time windows, so there wouldn't be groups of more than 10. So that's specifically why you do it that way, because I know here in Palm Beach it's different, but yeah, that's why. And I know some of the private facilities in Wellington, they've been doing shows now for the past few weeks. So
right, but they're limiting the groups, right?
Yes. So,
okay.
And again, if we don't feel comfortable, or if there could be an executive order that says Palm Beach County, because your numbers are going back up, we're restricting things. And if that's the case, then, Horses That Help will just have to unfortunately postpone and reschedule for whenever it's safe, because I'm just not going to put the district in that type of position. And I don't believe that Horses That Help would want to put themselves in that type of position. So.
I want to say that for a long time, we stayed at a pretty steady number with maybe a 1 or 2 case increase on a weekly basis. And over the past 2 to 3 weeks, I've noticed that we're now up to like a couple a day increase. So and that's with 33470 alone. In each, if we take all 3 zip codes, we're actually increasing a minimum of 6 to 10 a day. So I think we need to keep a close eye on those numbers, because I don't think anybody else is looking at them and is going to, basically sound the alarm that, look, we might be having an outbreak in our community. So I think we really need to keep a close eye on those.
Yes. So we certainly will. And again, if something happens, I have no problem making the decision to say it's going to be canceled, because the risk is just too great.
Right.
Moving on, Ms. Ricci did reach out to the Acreage Athletic League through Carlos. Their board of directors are reviewing the CDC guidelines for organized athletics. And this is something that the different parks directors from around Palm Beach County got together and laid that out for their different municipalities and the county. So that's what Liz passed on to Carlos for them to take a look at and figure out how they would adapt that for the AAL. Of course, that was the other day, so we haven't heard anything from them because it'll probably take them a few days to do that. But I do know that there are several parents that would love to see organized youth sports come back. But again, just like with the Horses That Help event, you know, I know Carlos has concerns about the risks, and so do we. And so we will be very cautious on how that is reopened, and we will certainly, just like Ms. Ricci reached out to the individual board members today, we will be doing that to try to keep all of you up to date on what's happening with that. The other thing that Parks is working on is, and I think, I'm not sure if Ms. Argy brought it up or Rob, but she's putting together a scope for camera systems, first starting with the Acreage Community Park and then eventually other parks. But we definitely want to get a camera system in the community park because we seem to be having more vandalism there. So she is working on that, and that's something we'll bring before the board here in the very near future. And then moving forward into Hurricane 2020 season, we had our first formal team prep meeting this morning with all the directors and some other key staff, and also Mr. Foy joined us via Zoom for that. And while I've been meeting individually with the different directors over the past month or two about prepping, today was our first one. But one of the things that Mr. Foy and I want to do is we want to coordinate multi-jurisdictional hurricane prep for drainage issues with Seminole Improvement District, Royal Palm Beach Gardens, West Palm Beach, South Florida Water, and FWC. We will send out, I know Ms. Argy, you asked me today or yesterday about sending out a formal letter. We'll certainly do that, but we want to take it even one step further to make sure that everyone's on the same page from a multi-jurisdictional standpoint on how drainage should be going, especially with SID and with the Corbett entities. But we thought just because Royal Palm Beach and Palm Beach Gardens are now somewhat connected, and of course West Palm Beach, we wanted to do it. It's not about talking about any policy matters, anything like that. It's just to make sure we have we're all on the same page, and everyone knows who to contact in those different jurisdictions if there are a problem. And then this year we're going to be much more involved. Last year we were, but we're going to be even more involved with the Department of Emergency Management for the county, because with Ms. Ricci and some of her park staff, they have gone through hurricanes and they know how to run points of distribution. So if we were to be hit by a major hurricane, or if something out here in this area happened and the county wanted to set up points of distribution, we could actually help them and probably be more attuned to what the residents expect and where the best locations are, and be well ahead of the curve on that. And then just quickly, I believe Mary Viator could speak more to this, but I think after June 30th, the meetings are supposed to return to a certain, to a present quorum within a building, but I don't know that that necessarily applies to Palm Beach County, Broward, or Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade counties yet. So that's something that, you know, she'll have to keep us attuned of. And then what we are doing though is Dan, our IT guy, he is working on doing some minor upgrades to our technical system within the boardroom. So when we do come back, we can continue to use Zoom so that, for instance, Dave Ramba wouldn't have to come here. He could interact with us or just the general citizenry. So even after we come back to whatever the new normal will be for board meetings, we'd like to continue with Zoom or some other similar software if something better comes along in the future. I know many of you have met with Florida Power and Light over the past week or two about the special permit policy and the fee structure. FPL, I did meet with them on Monday morning along with Mr. Foy and Mr. Palin. And FPL, or actually I think it was just Jay, Frank was not in that meeting, but FPL, they're going to come back with more information on the number of second poles that are left here in the district and the number of poles beyond the 85 for hardening and some other information that I think be pertinent for the board to have in order to make an informed decision if you do want to make any adjustments to the permit policy or the fee schedule. And then let's see. And I think that's it, unless Ms. Argy, you wanted to talk about the idea that you and I were throwing around earlier about Road Rock. I don't know if you want to discuss that tonight.
Yeah, I think it's important.
Comments. Yeah.
So the when we were going through the budget session and different priorities of the board over the past couple of years, and in particular this past year, we talked about increasing the amount of money that we were budgeting for Road Rock. And specifically, it was because we were asking the staff to really try and replenish as many roads with material. You know, Rob and Jason can speak to this more, but one of the problems that we have, obviously, is that many of our roads, when the staff are grading the roads, there's not enough material on there. So ultimately, they're, you know, knocking down the divots or the washboard, whatever you want to call it. But ultimately, we need more material on the road. And so I checked today with Burgess and with Jose, and it seems that we still have quite a bit of money available in the budget with respect to Road Rock. And my suggestion was, when we get rain, we end up with a ton of maintenance requests and complaints about the condition of the roads, because that's when water's on there and it gets worse. And now we're going into, we're in hurricane season. And so the whole thought was, staff is busting it on, you know, the culvert projects and the retros and the remillings and the swale retros, and there's no more resources available to really bang out getting the re-rocking done. I mean, they're doing it, but in order to expedite that, I was suggesting that maybe there's a way to identify critical roads and have a company come in and just dump the road rock on those roads, spread it out so that it helps out maintenance. And I'm not talking about doing retros or any of that, just putting the material down on the roads, and that'll buy us some time. because we just cannot get to all of these roads. So that was the discussion that we had was, you know, how could we go about doing that and help the residents out with respect to the road issues. So is there anything I missed on that, Burgess?
No, I don't think so. In all fairness, we spoke about this like a couple hours before the meeting, so I did have a chance to speak to Jason about it.
Right.
Prior to tonight, but you know, it's pretty clear we're being inundated by, you know, a lot of complaints and everything else because of rain, and it's just not going to go away. So I think one of the ideas is, because there's a budgeted amount, could the staff get direction from the board this evening to be able to bid that out in an amount not to exceed what is left in the budget, so we wouldn't have to necessarily just wait and bring it back in July. So Jason, I don't know, I know this is the first time you're hearing of it, but do you have any input you want to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I'll have to catch up with you guys tomorrow, because my understanding is we've spent about 500,000 on just rock alone, not including contract hauling. So if you let me know what that number is, I can look and see what we could do internally, because we're constantly grading, and we do have the 5 graders in 5 zones, and we do have the CIP grader now that we got the 2 cats in. So we're back up to 6 graders now. So if you let me know what that number is, I can look at it.
Yeah, hold on a second.
So it's 787,000 was the budgeted amount, and we actually have spent 359 on material, and then the personnel related, which is budgeted under another item, is 235. That's just an allocation with respect to that particular work. So it's my understanding that, you know, from what Jose told me in terms of the line item for road rock, we've spent $359,351, and we have a budget amount of 787,000, and he's got in brackets other only. So the idea is that we only have 3 dump trucks, and I know you're having to already contract out having hauling for the projects that you're working on. The idea here would be that you know, we hire a company, I don't know who it would be, but that all they would do is come in and drop that rock and you know, grade it out for us, so that essentially our maintenance staff and our grading staff can stay on their maintenance schedule without having to chase work orders. And in addition, you know, you can grade all day long, but if you don't have the material on the road, it's still going to continue to be a problem. So that's what the thinking is. So any thoughts from the board members on that?
I don't have a problem looking at it, but we need to get some pricing on it to see how it would price out against, you know, where we're at.
We would do bids. We would have to bid it out.
Right. And I understand that.
Yep.
So, and what we were looking for is whether or not the board would agree to a not to exceed amount that the staff could go out and get this done before the, you know, we really end up in, you know, the wet season.
What's the suggestion on the not to exceed?
I'm sorry?
What's the suggestion on the not to exceed?
Well, yeah, Go, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go
No,
ahead.
go ahead, Burgess.
No, I mean, that's a number that, I need to get with Jason to make sure that all the invoices have been submitted. So whatever's left in the budget, so let's say that there was 700,000 starting out in the budget and there's only $200,000 left or whatever that remaining amount is, it would not exceed that.
Got it. Well, I'm good with that.
Joni?
It sounds like a good idea to me, rather than continue to not, be able to catch up. So I'm all for it.
Okay, Mary, do you have any comments? Do we have to have a formal vote on that, or can we just go by consensus?
Right.
I mean, we've already budgeted the amount.
Right. I think you need to have a motion. You definitely
So-
need a motion to go forward with it right now.
Okay, so can we have a motion for not to exceed? I mean, just in the rough numbers that Jose gave me today, like I said, it was 359,351 we've spent on rock, and he said the budget amount was 787. So 300, let's say 300,000, or
Do we need a definitive number, or can we just say whatever's remaining in that particular line?
in the budget. That's fine with me if the board
If
agrees.
the board's all right, and I will, once I have that number, I will distribute it to all the board members. For not to reply, I'll say you're aware of what that number is.
Well, that was going to be the motion. So I'll make the motion to allow them to go out to bid and use the remaining amount of money that's in the budget towards that, but not to exceed the remaining amount.
In the budget for the line item for the road
Correct.
rock, the
Yeah.
787,000.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, Jason, is there anything you wanted to add to that? Any concerns just before?
No, I just need to look at that line item and
Yep.
see where the asphalt millings fall and all that as well. If that's a different line or if it's got to be the same line. And then the contract hauling, if that's also being captured in that line. So let's
Yep.
look at that.
All right.
Okay, and Mary, your hand is up.
Are we going to need any of this road rock for later on in the year?
The year's almost over.
Yeah, so the point is to kind of get the blitzing done, get the road material out there. Every year, this has been my concern, is that every year we budget, and we try to get extra road rocking done. And every year we have these amounts left over and we still haven't replenished the material in a, more district-wide fashion. I'm not articulating myself good enough at the moment, but I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. It's that we really need to just get some material out there.
Yeah, we only have like 110 days left in the budget. So as far as you worrying about us spending it too soon, I don't think we will.
All right, that's it.
And it's not wasted money. I mean, obviously, it's not wasted money. It buys the staff time to be able to get out there and do other things. So, and I'm confident that Burgess and Jason and Rob will work out, what and how to implement it and get it done. So, are there any public comments on that? Seeing none, then Scarlett, please call the roll call vote.
Betty Argue?
Yes.
Joni Martin?
Yes.
Michael Johnson?
Yes.
Tim Sayer?
Yes.
It passes unanimously 4-0.
Okay, thank you. We've got 4 minutes for the board members' comments, and then we'll need a motion to receive and file the reports unless there's something that Mary and Jay had to add. We now have 3 minutes, sorry. Go ahead. Michael Johnson, you're first.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Joni?
I think I'm good too, but I want to say thank you to Burgess for sticking it out for the first year for us, with us. And I hope we can continue making all these wonderful strides ahead.
Okay, Tim?
Yeah, I want to talk about FPNL.
Okay.
I got a phone call from FPNL. I'm sure that most of the other board members, if not all of them, did. And Mary, you stop me if you need to stop me, but this is discussion, and I know that the only time that we can talk to each other is in an open meeting. I am not happy with how they're presenting it, that they don't have money. Okay, and that it will impact all of their future projects in Florida, and they won't be able to do projects, et cetera, et cetera. I explained to them that if they pay a separate fee for each pole, even though they have to put an engineering amount up, the engineering amount is not definite. The engineering amount will be refunded to them, just like we do with everybody else, for any portion that's not used towards engineering expenses. So their call of, oh, for 81 poles, it'll be $162,000 in engineering fees is not true. It will only be what it really is, and they will get the rest of that money back. They cry poor mouth all of the time. I don't know where they're poor at, because I know much size of the checks I write to them. They're also guaranteed a profit because they are a corporation that is underneath Florida that has a monopoly, and they're guaranteed a profit basically. So I just want to bring it up that they cry poor mouth. They're not poor. I'm not willing to bend on anything. Maybe the $500 per pole, maybe, but not on the engineering fees. Let them put the money up. We'll put the money in the bank, make some money on it, and then they can ask for the money back when we figure out what the engineering fees are. They have deep pockets, and they threaten lawsuits. Let them threaten. That's the way I look at it. They're not going to go after us with a lawsuit, because it'll look stupid that they go to court and they say, oh, we have to put up $160,000 in engineering fees. And then we just say, well, yeah, but you get it all back except for what is actually spent. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say on that. Thank you.
So to that point, I want to add one thing that came out of my discussion with them, and it's 11:59. Can we get like an extension for like 10 minutes?
I'll make a motion for a 15-minute extension.
Okay, motion made by Tim. Joni?
Okay.
Roll call vote, please. Scarlett, oh my God.
Betty Argue?
Yes.
Johnny Martin?
Yes.
Michael Johnson?
Yes.
Okay.
Tim Sayer?
Absolutely.
All right. So one of the things that
midnight.
It's midnight now. Yes. Are you going to turn into a pumpkin? One of the things that they said to me was that this is extremely unusual, and it's not what's considered reasonable and customary. And I'm sure that the same thing was said to all of you. You know, I think we need to have a more robust discussion about, you know, kind of what the goal is and what we consider to be reasonable and customary. So, you know, I'm in full agreement that when we get a permit in and it covers the whole district, it's extremely unfair and burdensome to the district. And I think that things end up getting overlooked. We had another permit, 2 permits that Jay had received and was going to be added to the agenda kind of at the last minute, but there were some concerns with that, and it has to do with fiber optic cable and handholds every 1,000 feet. And you know, there's some concerns that I have with that, and I think staff need to work through some things before we bring that to the board for approval. But you know, again, that's like, is it reasonable and customary that somebody's putting in a permit for fiber, for example, when it's going from, you know, one end of the district to the other? And how does that impact our easements and future use of those easements, and more importantly, the maintenance of them and these handholds. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with handholds look like, but it's like those little square boxes that are recessed into the ground, or the top of it is level with the ground. I think we need to make sure that the exact location of every single one of these handholds is not going to interfere with future expansion of, say, a multi-use path that we're looking at possibly doing, or equestrian trails, those kinds of things. So I think we got to really drill down on that, but also that it's not going to impair our staff's ability to do those swales. I'm sorry, was that Burgess wanting to say something?
I see Joni's hand up.
No, I see Joni, but I thought somebody, I sounded like Burgess. But anyway, so I think we might need to have a more robust discussion at the July meeting about what's reasonable and customary. And I think that FPL was planning on coming back for that meeting. I'm not sure if we have another meeting before then that we can put it on the agenda. Maybe is it possible to tag it on to the end of one of the budget meetings before the July meeting? I'm not sure, but I do think I agree with you, Tim. We cannot talk about this outside of the meeting. So this is our only opportunity for us to really get an idea of where everybody's at, what we're thinking, and what we're trying to address. So.
Yeah, and another point I'd like to make is that when they called me, they told me they are already on the agenda. I said, that's kind of funny because I haven't seen an agenda. They assured me that you had already told them they were on the agenda, that they would be heard, and they were pretty confident that they were going to get things changed. I think that, they had said something to me and I thought it was the July agenda, and it occurred to me afterwards that they're not on this agenda. And I saw Melanie Rogers was here earlier. So typically speaking, it was my understanding that they did not have whatever it is that they were doing in time to be on the agenda. So they assured me they were on the agenda tonight.
No,
no,
we're ever on the agenda for tonight. I think they
know.
were talked to all of-
Burgess?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I stepped away for a quick minute.
No, it's all right. Was it your understanding that FPL was supposed to be on the agenda for tonight?
They wanted to be on the June agenda, but they just did not have the proper information together. They wanted to on it, but they needed to do more homework and provide not only the board, but even Jay and me more information.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, but they absolutely did. And maybe when they spoke with Mr. Sayre, they could at that time, because I believe I'm not sure exactly.
I think they were tentatively on the agenda, but then it was clear that they weren't going to have things straight before the meeting.
Yeah, they wanted to be on the agenda, but they were never placed. We never placed them on the agenda.
Okay.
It never came up during our agenda meetings.
And so, I'm opposed to putting them on the budget meeting. Budget meetings end up running long. I would rather have them on a regular agenda in July, and they can wait until we have a regular meeting. In my opinion.
What I was talking about was an actual discussion about the permit policy and that issue. That
I don't have a problem with.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about having the meeting with them, more of a workshop on and a discussion on that issue.
I'm good with that. I thought you meant having them too.
No.
Okay.
No. Okay,
Right.
Joni.
So I think that's it for me tonight on my stuff. Sorry.
Joni, I saw your hand was up.
Yes. This whole FP&L thing, I spoke to them. I spoke to Jay. I spoke to Frank about it. Yes, the fees are not ordinary or customary, and that is because the issue is that we have double polls throughout the district, and none of the permits are closed. So this was done to get their attention, which it certainly has. And now they need to come back with something, or we have to present something And apparently they don't even
I don't know
want to,
who's moving stuff all around, but it's interfering.
what?
It sounds like somebody's moving paper. I have my thing muted.
I just muted Mary. Maybe it was Mary.
Okay, it wasn't me, right?
Go
So
ahead.
anyway, their permits are not being closed. That's what the real issue is. And we've got double poles because the wires are not being transferred from AT&T and Comcast onto the hardened poles that they've put throughout the district. And then also that they keep changing the number of poles they put in for one permit. So that's why they need to come back and figure it out. And they also need to do a count of how many actual double poles we have throughout the district, because it's a mess.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is talk with Burgess and Mary and Jay and figure out, what we need to discuss in terms of the policy and figure out when we can kind of workshop it separate from a meeting and not with them there. And then we'll let you know about it.
If I could. Ms.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just quickly, because I just want to clarify something. We can justify these costs. So I just want that put on the record. But number two is the reason why we made this so stringent, so to speak, is because the only time a special district has any teeth is when you give the permit. So
right.
That's why we were so aggressive with the fee structure and with the per pole application, because otherwise, once we give that permit out, there's not a whole lot of recourse without going to civil court. So I just want to put that on the record.
Yeah. And there's a separate issue with the polls, which we were looking to try to deal with, but it turns out that there's a lawsuit relating to those polls. And through Burgess and Jay's meeting, there was something that came up during their meeting about those polls that brought something out, another concern. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, and then we'll figure out how to have a workshop and come up with, what our game plan is, where we're all thinking, et cetera.
Yeah.
All right.
Figure that out.
And I just, so I can finish up the supervisor's reports and comments. I don't want the night to end without saying that Burgess, I too am extremely happy, as you know, with your performance and leadership and with staff. And I think we're getting a lot done, and I'm really happy with that. And I hope that, we continue on this path. And I think we've got a really good team. Everybody's working really well together. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Tim, did you have something?
Yeah, one other notice, just real quickly, and it can be discussed at another time, but I remember when we asked the telephone companies and everybody to start wrapping the boxes that are all over our streets everywhere, those big ugly boxes, and they said they couldn't do it. They do it. I was in Green Acres today. I have pictures of them. I've been in other areas and they do it. So it can be done, FYI. So we can talk about that another time.
Maybe same time, maybe. Okay, attorney report. Do you have anything that you want to mention besides your report, Mary?
No, everything's submitted, and if you have any questions, we're available.
Thank you. And Jay?
Any questions, I'll answer.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Jay or Mary?
Not at this time.
Okay, so can I have a motion to receive and file 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3, and 12.4, 12.5, and 12.6?
I'll make the motion to file and receive, or receive and file.
Motion made by Tim, seconded by Joni. Roll call vote, please.
Betty Argue?
Yes.
Joni Martin?
Yes.
Michael Johnson?
Yes.
Tim Sayer?
Yes.
Okay, and lastly,
Passes
thank you.
unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the staff. Thank you, Jay and Frank and Mary for being so patient. And it seemed like we didn't hear from you a lot tonight, but I think we had a very heavy agenda and we got through a lot of stuff. So thank you, everyone, for your patience and for staying so late. And with that, enjoy. When's our next meeting, Scarlett?
You have the workshop, the budget workshop on June 24th. And then there's a budget public hearing on July 1st. And then the regular July meeting is July 15th.
Okay, and we also have the scheduled weekly park meetings, but we still don't know that we're going to have anything next Wednesday. We'll know probably by Monday whether or not we're going to cancel that, right?
Yep, that's correct, because we want them to submit it.
Yeah.
Order for that, so we're pushing them hard.
And Tim, I saw that you had a question, and I know it didn't come up with Rob in terms of the scheduling and where we're at on this schedule. And essentially right now, what Bill said in our last construction workshop meeting was that, and we'll find out more tomorrow, but he needed to nail down the paving contractor and a couple of the other contractors before he could give us a schedule, because essentially all of those things were contingent on what their schedules were. And so it's looking like what he was projecting at our meeting last week, we're going to be a lot sooner than what he was projecting, which is, I think, good news, I think. But we'll know better. And as soon as we get that schedule, that's going to go out to you guys. So if we don't have the meeting on Wednesday next week, but we receive the schedule, we'll definitely be sending it on. And it's just going to be, it's not going to be a detailed schedule other than, here's what the projected completion dates are based on what those contractors' timeframes are. And it could change because of rain dates and all that. So if we have nothing else, then a motion for adjournment, please.
I make a motion for adjournment. Yay.
Motion made by Joni.
I'll second.
Seconded by Tim. Roll call vote, please.
Eddie Argue,
Yes.
Jenny Martin,
Yes.
Michael Johnson,
Yes.
Tim Sayer.
Oh, come on, really? Okay, we can go.
Thank
All right,
you.
pass unanimously.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Night.
Hey.